So, ah, yeah, man. Yeah. What's going on? What's going on, man? Yeah, bro. All right. Yeah, man. We're gonna get it started. What's up, YouTube? What's up, TikTok? We're gonna go ahead and get it started today. I just got this question. What is up with all these stepfathers against disrespect out here? Shouldn't be drinking this coke. But whatever. Um I find it crazy that like stepfathers like oftentimes in these conversations, I get it. The men want to come together and be on some men advocating for men type stuff. But I'm sorry, I just can't get down with that. That's a lot of. I'm trying to be nice because TikTok likes to yeet me off, so I'm trying to keep my words. I'm trying to keep my words not so bad because they like to come for me. So today I'm just gonna actually you know what, I need to copy that link just in case a person wants to come up on YouTube and they can come have a conversation with me on YouTube and I can bring them up. Anyway, what's up, man? So, oftentimes in these conversations on with the you saw video host on Facebook about the stepdad. Yeah, I saw that. I actually did a YouTube video on it, and actually like it's literally going viral slowly. Like it was at 54 views like for one day, and now it's skyrocketed to 1.5K in like a day, and it's still going. Um, it was just dumb because anyway, like a lot of like oftentimes in these conversations, whether like like I don't understand how stepdads be getting disrespected because and it's really from the men. Now I get the women doing it because now I'll call that out too. But when the men start saying stuff like, I'm just trying to understand like why stepdads aren't respected. That's all I want to know. Like, if he's doing what you said, we say that we need men back in the households, right? The manosphere tells women that they need to find a man so that the child, if they're single moms or whatever, that they need to find a man so so that child can have a a healthier environment. But then out their mouth they tell the men don't be a stepdad. So I'm like, you can't tell women to find a man so that the child can have a healthier environment if they're a single mom, but then tell men not to be a stepdad. And here's the problem. I'm not saying men should be stepfathers. I won't tell a man, oh, you gotta go out and be a stepdad. No, but what is my reasoning for telling a man that he shouldn't? There's countless of examples. My bad, YouTube. There's countless examples out there where a child is thankful that they had a father figure, but nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. We go to these videos and these extremes where the woman, I guess, is disrespecting the man and the child growing up to say you ain't my dad and blah 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 blah, and then the disrespect with, I guess, the biological father, right? But on that same scale, they don't ever pull up the videos where the children are actually grateful for having a dad in their life, where those children are actually saying, hey, I'm my biological dad wasn't there, and I'm thankful that you stepped up and loved my mom right and loved me right. See, I can't stand having the conversations like this sometimes because it's unbalanced. It's very one-sided. It's very, I'm pandering to the woman, or I'm pandering to a whole bunch of bitter men or bitter women, depending on what side of the scope that you land on. It's never like balance. It's always going to be the man's the victim or the woman's the fucking victim. So the problem I'm having is, when are these conversations gonna start having a little bit of balance? And then you talk about community solutions, right? We talk about solutions. Well, we say two-parent households, but then we shaming men that's stepping up and they don't have to for being a goddamn stepdad. So I don't or stepmom. Well, no, actually, let's take that back. Stepmoms aren't shamed. Let's stop the bullshit. But stepdads, right? And I'm like, when are y'all gonna start adding balance into these conversations, fam? Every situation is not a child being ungrateful for a stepdad. So until you want to start having respectful conversations, a lot of y'all need to shut up. Because guess what? I had two dads. I had a stepdad and my biological dad. My biological dad, with his stepmom, took care of me. My biological mom with my stepdad took care of me. So when my mom passed away, my stepdad still to this day has not found love again. He just can't find nobody like my mama. I pray for him, but that man is a perfect, well, I ain't gonna say perfect, a great example of what it means to go through somebody with thick and thin. Every day she had to throw up. She had diabetes. It got to a point where she couldn't have intercourse no more. He never cheated. He never beat her like some of these guys do. He never did anything disrespectful. He showed me, him and my dad, but speaking about my stepdad, since we talk about stepdads, he showed me what a real man is like in this world, fam. He showed me what commitment, loyalty, and trust is. I mean, faithfulness is, right? So again, when I see these guys disrespecting stepdads, I'm glad that I had a stepdad, because I can come in and say, hey, every situation's not like that. It's not. It's not. But these guys can't have balanced conversations. We got to paint the dad as wrong. So again, not pandering. I'm gonna let some dudes come up. If you want to tell me why a man shouldn't, I'm sorry, not even why he shouldn't. Why are you against it? Why are you against it, fam? Why are you against a man being a stepfather? Because I'm not gonna spend my time online telling them that they shouldn't be one. I would actually tell them to go get guidance from men that have been in this situation, that can navigate the ins and outs of it. A lot of the times, people are double talking out their mouth, and they don't actually know what they're saying. And it's a lot of hypocritical stuff being said on both sides. What you mean my mom made him right? How did my mom make him right, Evan? And I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying, because I know who you are, Evan. Like we talked before. But I'm just saying, what do you mean? Like, I'm being serious. Like, I don't know what you mean. Like, I'm having a comprehension problem with what you're saying. Richie? Richie? She treated him properly, so he didn't turn out to be taking him in. Yeah, they both treated each other good. Oh, okay, so what are we saying as men? Are we saying that most women would be ungrateful if a man stepped in to take care of their child? Is that what the collective men are saying? Is that what we saying as men? And then what data do we have to, well, what data supports the claim, or is it just speaking out of everybody's own personal experiences? What data, what site, what sources can we confirm that says, hey, most women would be uh ungrateful for a man to step into their life? Well, okay, if we don't got no data, I thought we were logical. I'm joking. Well, then what do we? Okay, so help me understand. If any men want to come up and have a discussion, if any women want to come up and have a discussion, that's fine. Just leave all that black men versus black woman stuff out of my. I ain't got time for it today. Because if I go off, then we go off, and then I get yeeted off the platform. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Evening.
Pretty good. Talk to me.
I wasn't gonna come up because you asked the question, who's against it? And I don't think anyone who's logical would say they're against men being stepfathers. I'm not against it. However, I certainly don't advise that someone who does not have children join into that type of relationship, because the most beneficial way to build a family is to build your own. The most the most likely situation where you will not be taken advantage of, and you can be taken advantage of in any relationship, if you be honest about it. However, these stepdaddy situations, you're more likely, and I have no data to support this, but just my 50 years on this earth have shown me that I've seen way more people are find themselves in really precarious situations being a stepdad as opposed to those who had their own children.
Okay. Um. Okay. So it's not that you're against it, but you just wouldn't advise it.
Right.
But you would definitely advise against it, right?
I would advise someone who does not have children, I would advise against it for those individuals.
Okay. So if I'm, I understand to a degree, but here's where the grace and empathy and sympathy come in. If I fall in love, because I've dated a woman, kids, I didn't care.
Yeah.
Um, if I fall in love with this woman, I'm not falling in love with just her. I'm falling in love with everything that comes for her, and I don't think a child should be a breaking point. With my opinion, of course. I don't think a child should be the end all be all. Whether I choose to take on this role, I think that should be up to me. You know what
I
I'm
agree.
saying? On an individual basis, and I would just tell men, if like, instead of us even advising against it, hey, go speak to some stepfathers that actually have had great experiences, but they'll tell you about the goods and the bads, like the pros and the cons.
Yeah.
Because if he falls in love with that woman and he wants to be with that woman, he's gonna fall in love with everything that comes with her. And
Right.
I don't think me saying, oh, you shouldn't is good, or even, oh, you should is good. I think that should be left up to the person whether he wants to make that decision or not. But oftentimes I see a lot of guys, um whether it be like, don't be a stepfather, f that, it's gonna be too many problems and this that, and you don't know what that situation could be like, because there's a lot of men that actually says they enjoyed being a stepdad.
Right.
But we don't never talk about the, well, I ain't gonna say we don't never, because I don't know what space you be in. uh well, I know what kind of space you be in, but I don't, we don't be seeing each other every day we go live. It just doesn't happen. But um we we don't speak about often the good that it could do. And then when
Right.
it comes to community building, um so if we want to talk about healthier households, well, how can that happen if some men don't be stepdad? I'm not saying they should. Don't take me, y'all. Just saying, how can we get back to the two-parent household if some men don't be stepdad?
Again, I'm on board with you. See, I think the most well balanced approach is to raise your own family. However, if you already have children
Hmm.
and you choose to date someone who has children, I think you're better situated to deal with all the situations that you're going to face.
Hmm.
However, when you're a young man who does not have any children, taking on a you're taking on a a father role, and you never experience any bit of it on your own. You're putting yourself in a disadvantaged situation, and you're likely to face situations that you're not prepared for. Being a father changes your life. You have a better understanding of children, their wants, needs, and desires, and how to deal with a woman who has children for you. However, when you've never walked that walk, now this is all new to you. Yeah, you can be head over heels in love with someone. However, having to manage a child, especially when that child is not yours, and then you have to manage the father of that child and all the different nuances that comes with having to father a child that has another father who may be problematic. All of those things I don't think you're prepared for it without having children first. Does that not make sense?
You talking about like if a person is a single father and that person is a single mother and they come together? Or?
I think it's a better situation because he's better prepared for it.
Oh, I'm not against that either. I'm not. I mean,
Well,
we're on the
but the one thing I am against is if you don't have any children, create your own family. I know you said you might fall in love. I would tell you don't even date that person. Therefore, you don't have a chance of falling in love with them because you're just putting yourself in a situation. One, you may not even ever have your own children. And take a guess how many people I know who's in those situations. My very own brother has experienced that. Going in with her having her children, he spent his whole life raising her children, and the children become adults now. He never had his own children, and they're divorced now. And
Okay.
you want to talk about the regret that he's dealing with, therapy and everything, okay? Everything. And if he had a chance to do it all over again, his words were, I would have had at least one child. It's a regret that you can never go, you can never start over again. I'm 50, he's my older brother. I think he's around 53 or 54. It's a lifetime of regret for him.
Okay. And T1, I see. I hope I said your name right, brother. But okay. So I just gave you my personal experiences, and then I also have men in my family who don't know what divorce is.
Yeah.
That are stepfathers. None of them are betas. None of them are simps. They just that child respects them as their own.
Yeah.
They successful and they still going strong. So
Right.
I get what you're saying on how it could be bad. Just like I believe any situation could be bad.
Yes.
I don't see the whole point of just in totality not being in that not being in that situation. I get it, but at the same time, the way we oftentimes talk about the situations of being a stepdad, it's like it's not even any leeway to where you could or maybe. It's just nah. But I
Well,
understand. Like I
let me give you
understand.
this bit because this is something that I always say on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Advice is never really perfect. There's no such thing as perfect advice because things can go wrong and things can go left according to you. I can only give advice through my lived experience, something that I've seen, things that I know, the way I conceptualize life, right? So here's how this really works best. I give advice for the best likely outcome. The best likely outcome. Even that can have a lot of nuance, right? Because I'm the one determining whether it's the best likely outcome. Most likely outcome in situations where you're a stepdad. And I get it. You say that those persons in your family didn't experience anything bad. Well, it worked out great for them. However, if at some point that mom or that child did go left, you would be sitting back saying, maybe it's not quite as good a situation as you made it out to be. And that's all I'm doing. I like to give people an opportunity to look, you know, from my lived experience that you're more likely, you're going to have problems in your own family, but you're more likely to not regret the decision you made to get into a relationship if you've created the children yourself, as opposed to raising someone else's. Now, if you already have children, I don't think you have so much regret. Why? Because at the very least, if everything goes bad, I still have can turn around and look at the child that I created and said, well, this is from my loins. From the perspective of someone who doesn't have children, getting with a woman who has children, you can never turn around and say, all this work I did, at least at the end of the day, this is where my legacy lands. But for my brother, he doesn't have anyone he could turn around to and say, this is why I bled. This is why I worked so hard. This is why I've done all I've done. This is why I raised you and sent you to college. This is why I did it. He has nothing. He is sitting in a house by himself, just regretting. And whenever we get together, he's always saying, man, you're so lucky, man. And I feel guilty as hell. And I got nothing to do with his life. But that's what it is. So if it works out, then everybody's cool. But the moment it doesn't work out, you have some regrets that you can never change.
Mm-hmm.
So
I understand. Go ahead, T. I hope I say it. What's your name, brother?
Twan.
Twan. All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna keep it 100, man. I'm so the type of guy I am. Even before I had two kids of my own, got all sisters. All my life, I've always heard, "Oh, you think you somebody daddy?" Or, you know. And for years, I drove school bus, and that's always been a passion of mine, dealing with kids. You know, and getting to know some of these kids and understanding that they didn't have a father, and I've always been that type of person. I think that a lot of young boys nowadays, they don't have guidance. They need fathers. So on one hand, if there's a young boy out there does not have a father in his life, and it's just the young boy or the young girl and their mother, they deserve to have a father. They deserve to have a male. They deserve to have that, and they need that. So on one hand, I'm like, being a stepfather, that is commendable for a man to say, I'm gonna step in and take care of someone else's children. Right, that is commendable. It is, and I think that is extremely important for men to not necessarily be stepfathers, but to step in to father children who don't have active fathers in their life. That is extremely important. And I think that if there were systems in place, boys and girls homes, groups or whatever, to actively do that, I think that we'll have a much better society in our community. But on the flip side, with me saying all that, on the flip side, me personally, if I had to make a choice, I wouldn't do it. I would find other ways to be in children's life and things like that. But if I had to choose, I would choose a woman who did not already have kids. For me, and my reasoning is because I'm real big on legacy. Okay, and I have two boys, 3 and 6 years old. So my purpose is to make sure that they have a better life than I had, and to make sure that they don't go through the things that I went through as a man. I mean, coming up as a young kid and as a man. And so I just don't see myself stopping what I'm doing for my children to focus on another woman's kids. So for instance, if I was to meet a young lady, we got to know each other and we just hit it off, we started dating, and she had kids, that would not be a deal breaker for me, but I would much rather her have her own set of goals. I would much rather her child have an active father, because it's like I'm focused on mine right now. I'm not through with my kids. Now, if my kids were grown, they were adults, they were men, and they were living their life, and they were just successful and stuff like that, and I was through with them, that's different. Now I can do it again. But during the time period, like right now, my kids are 3 and 6. So I'm not gonna split their time of me raising them, whatever I'm pouring into them, I'm not gonna split that with another child. I just can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that. And then it's a lot of other things that come with being a stepfather. You know, you have to think about when it comes to disciplining. You know, you have to think like the other guy said. Maybe there's a father that's in that child's life that's problematic. You know, there's so many things. But the question says, why aren't stepfathers respected? Just think it's perspective. Because, like I said, when I first started, I have the utmost respect. Dad is a stepfather. Once we grew up and got out of my dad's house, he got remarried, and my stepmother has a little girl, and he literally raised that girl. I respect that, but I wouldn't necessarily, unless like my dad did. His kids were grown and out of his house. Unless it's a situation like that, personally wouldn't. But I do respect men that do. You know.
Okay, so on the perspective part, you're right. So let me address it as bold but respectfully as I can. As far as the red pill manosphere, collective men gathering in social spaces to talk about their grievances, uh, that whole collective of men as a unit does not approve of stepfathers in totality, and I can actually say that they actually make fun of men who be like, why you just didn't go out and get you a woman that had your own kids? Why you didn't go out and get your own woman to have your own kids with her? Why you playing stepdaddy to the? There's always this down talking. So I don't think in totality that stepfathers are respected as a unit because of this negative outlook. I understand that every situation is not going to be good. I understand the challenges that you may grow up and those kids may actually say you're not my dad. But for a collective group of men to actually down talk it, downplay it, like we had a situation with the barbershop. Now I don't know if it's a skit or not because people do anything for views, but let's just take it and run with it. Um, the biological father mad at another man stepping up and doing what the hell he's supposed to be doing, which is taking your child to go get a haircut. He all up in the dude face talking about that's my son. I understand those situations might happen. To me, the biological father was a beta male. Well, that biological father should have did what he was supposed to do, and you wouldn't have another man stepping up. The stuff sometimes just don't sit right with me in these spaces. But in my opinion, stepdads aren't respected whether they do good or bad for the most part. Evan, do you agree with that or not really?
Yeah, I think by and large, stepfathers are absolutely disrespected. There's no respect for a stepfather. And the reason why I say that is because the larger, I can't even say if it's the larger portion because I don't know the stat. I'm not a stat guy at all. So I'll just put it like this. Modern women today don't respect stepfathers. So let alone, the red pill guys. When you hear red pill guys speak, and I am a part of that, they are generally speaking on modern women. The Shaniquas, the women that's gonna have 3 or 4 babies have no idea who the daddy is, and they're having to go to Maury to figure out that they brought the 6th person there and still couldn't figure out who the 3rd baby was, daddy was. So that's generally what they're always talking about. So when take it with a grain of salt when you're hearing red pill men speak. They're not speaking on the wholesome women. They're not speaking about the women who actually know who their children father. Actually, they're not speaking about the women that would actually marry the person before they have a child.
But
They're not
Evan,
talking about
but the black manosphere speaks in totality of black women.
right. And I assure you, there are people who have gone through. Remember, I told you about life experience. If you've gone through the ringer, and a lot of red pill men, before you become red pill, they've gone through something, and because they've gone through something, they see the world a little bit rougher than a red pill person like myself. I have not experienced those things, but they still identify as red pill because what they stand for, outside of the trauma lenses that they wear, I agree with step with everything. It's just I don't have that rough edge because I never experienced the trauma that a lot of them has. But what they're telling is nothing different from what women believe, modern women believe today. Modern women do not respect stepfathers. How do you know? Okay, case in point, when you hear these ladies speak on my baby daddy, that's her father or that's his father, and you're just a stepdad. You're not the real dad. These are things that come out of their mouth routinely. When I was doing when I was hardcore on TikTok doing relationship coaching, I've had situations where, well, just one situation where a father who raised the child for 17, 17 or close to 20 years, when she became an adult, found someone to marry, she chose her biological father to walk her down the aisle. Blasted away, right? And he's hurt. He can't believe it. He goes to his wife for comfort, and her response to him was, "Stop being a baby. Well, stop being a B, right? Stop being a B. That's her real father, and he has the right to walk her down the aisle." These things don't just happen on social media. This was a real life person who came to me about this. And this is not, it's not an isolated event. People don't respect stepfathers. It's a sad thing. It's a really important job. A father figure is monumentally important. The ladies, modern women today, don't even see them as important. So they don't see a father as important, let alone a stepfather. And if you can help them to raise their children and pay some bills, they will use you till the children are grown and gone. And if they walk away from you at that point, yeah, some people are going to call you a simp. I certainly will call you a simp because you got used what they can use you for. Now, is that mean to call them a simp? No, it's exactly what it is. She took advantage of you. She wanted something out of you. She got much more out of you than you would have ever gotten out of her.
But see, that's the problem. Okay, so in those situations, I understand calling a man a simp for that regard. But before we even get to that point, fam, we already know between me and you, they be simps. The men call them simps way before any type of situation even happens. As soon as he's with a woman with children, as soon as she, well, nah, if you marry a woman with OnlyFans, I don't know what to tell you. You deserve what you got. You deserve what you got. But before they even get to those extreme situations, not extreme, but those very crazy situations, they're already a simp in our minds before that. But I get what you're saying. Could it be that not a lot of, okay, Evan, let me ask you a question. Me and you. Could it be that maybe enough stepdads or enough men who are married in successful relationships or enough women who are married in successful relationship or enough children that grew up in healthy households, could it be that their voices are just not loud enough, and the negative people, the people who are going through some shit, the people who are suffering, maybe they're just too damn loud, and not, and people who are in healthy situations just not on social media, and we project social media to be real life? Could that be?
It's not could be. I think it's an absolute. You're absolutely right. Those who go through hell, those who have issues are always the loudest. So you're right. There's no disagreements there.
Okay. Hey Wayne, I see you. How you doing? Hope you're having a good night.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's up, man?
Thanks for letting me up.
Yes, sir.
So, on the topic, I'm speaking from a stepfather. Been a stepfather for going on 12 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Issues. One of the main things is that when I got into the relationship, I had a conversation with the biological father, and we discuss boundaries and everything's been smooth ever since. So I mean, that's one of the main things that needs to happen when you're dealing with kids, especially when you're coming into a relationship where kids are already involved. It needs to be a conversation between every parent, so everybody's on the same co-parenting page. I mean, I have an issue with it. I really don't care what you call me. People call me a simp or whatever. I love it. My stepkids love me. I love them. I treat them. I treat them on the same level as I treat my kids. So you know what I'm saying. My family work good. We all straight over here. So
Right. You're not a simp because a stepdad. But what would you expect people to call you if what you described wasn't that? What would you expect people to call you if the woman you married didn't really respect you?
we wouldn't be married.
She paid. I'm sorry.
We wouldn't be married. We wouldn't be in a relationship because that's unfair.
Let me finish the point, and then you can tell me, because I'm glad you said you wouldn't be married, because that tells me you wouldn't be sitting around waiting to become a simp. But the whole point, the whole picture I'm trying to paint is you married her. She respects her baby father way more than you. She takes up for the children at every turn. She doesn't think that you should have any say so in the household in regards to the children because they have their own dad. Even though, hey, you're raising them as a stepfather, you should have some say so. I would think you would expect that, right? But there are guys out here that have no say so over the children because the real dad can handle it. All the while they have you calling into work because you're having to show up to bond out or go to the hospital, whatever it is that they're doing. You have to deal with it firsthand. But when you get home, you got no say so because there's a real dad that will handle it when he gets time.
Well, see, me personally, I wouldn't be in no situation like that because you know what I'm saying. Like I said, from day one, it was already okay, this is how it's gonna be. This is the line. This is where I'm at. And if we not all on the same page, then I would have moved on.
Well, K Wayne, I understand what you're saying. I get you. I get what you're saying, but you wouldn't even be in that situation to begin with without establishing ground rules and betting, right? I get it, but Evan is saying, what happens if? Just play with him in the hypothetical. What happens if you doing all this, and then you actually she leaves you when the kids are grown? Whatever scenario he just said, just run with it. Would that make you a simp? Would that make you a failed? I don't fucking know. Failed man, loser.
Yeah, that's no better word than simp.
Okay, I mean, way he's describing it, if that happened, then yeah, in that aspect, yeah, I mean, it would be simple. But I'm like, I really speak on that because that's not my situation. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
To be a simp.
I get it.
Right? Yeah. I would never be in that situation for me to. You know what I'm saying? But like you were saying earlier, Evan, I heard you saying like kids grow up and they just leave the stepdad alone. I mean, but you got kids that grow up and leave their real dad alone.
That's true.
That's
and
true.
People use that scenario all the time, and I totally get it. But do you not see a difference between if my own biological children leave me alone and children that I did not birth, but I sacrifice all this time, energy, and effort, and that child turns around and tell me, "You're not my dad. Get out of my face. Mind your business. Just don't be a B. I'm gonna let someone else walk me down the aisle." It's very different. Very different.
So let me ask a question. Because let's add nuance then. Just play with me for a little bit. Pause. Let's say he was a stepdad. They went happily married for 40 years. 40, 50 years, right? Kids are all grown up. But 15, 20 years down the line, him and the mama just don't work. They break up. They old, they break up, it don't work. Is he still a simp? What time frame is it that a man is a simp?
I don't think there's hard and fast rules for it. If someone's going to look at you as a simp, they're going to look at you as a simp simply because of the fact that you were taken advantage of.
But what I'm saying is, if everything was gravy, the in and outs of those situations. Everything was gravy, right? Even 20 years after the kids are grown up,
No,
they just divorced.
then it wouldn't be that would not be a simp type situation. No, simply because what you're describing is everything went well the entire time. Simps usually aren't going to have everything go. You've dealt with some crap for years and years, and she's been giving you much less love, care, and attention as you've been giving to them. So it's not at the end of a line 40 years later, we're just now recognizing. No, that's a failed relationship.
Okay. Understood. Oh shit, Lower. I didn't even know Lower was in the. I didn't know he was in the box.
My brother.
What's going on?
What's going on, brothers? How y'all doing?
Pretty
Evans,
good.
did you give them that whole story I just got here about the wedding?
No, I didn't tell him the whole story. I gave him a real abbreviated.
Yeah.
Yeah. The lower and I was doing the live, and this guy came to us about this this story about his life. The one I was telling you about, his daughter. He raised the daughters, and the child wanted her real father to walk her down the aisle.
Okay, this guy was black. He was tall and he had hair. So this story was about 9 to 10 months ago. I believe I actually saw this. He went viral for this video, right?
No. No.
It's a
This
different
was-
person.
This was a guy that I coached for.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the one who went viral for raising a stepdaughter and then prom. They didn't want him to come.
That story was after. I remember that story came out after I was told.
Okay.
Was the biological dad active, or was he just like
No, he wasn't. He wasn't active.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you talking about an Evans situation or the other guy?
No, the Evans situation.
Oh yeah, I don't know Evans' situation. He's explaining.
Yeah, the biological father, he basically was not part of the life because he was a rough, tough guy, right? And when they were getting married, she explained if he agrees to get with her, she want to keep the biological dad out of the picture completely because he would try to dominate their relationship. He loved the lady so much, he said, well, I will take full responsibility for the children. We don't need to lean on him for child support. We don't need anything. I will take over parental guidance of the children. And that's what they did. And then, so the guy never really played a part in their life until she was ready to get married. She sought her father and asked him to walk her down the aisle.
Yeah, he played himself. First of all, yeah, this is how I feel. When it comes to child support, I had to pay it. My oldest son is 20, my oldest daughter is 19, so I was paying for all that time. I'm done with them. But I done paid it for all these years, so if I paid it and you got a child out here and you on child support, you better pay it too. That's just how I feel about it. It might sound wrong or whatever, but I don't really care. If I paid it, everybody.
That's not what okay. All right, so help me understand. Well, Laura, go ahead, because let me listen to what you got to put in.
Are you talking about that story? Are you talking about that story that Evans was just talking about? Yeah.
Well, or the prom.
All right. Like I said, I was there when he read the letter. So the lady already had 2 kids, 2 daughters, like around 9 and 8, somewhere in the area. So when she was getting married, she was like about 22, between 22 and 24. So the man was not active this entire time. So now when she's getting married, you know, stepdad's happy. You know, he raised his daughter. You know, he was there when she was sick. He was there when she played sports. He was there the whole time. And now they have a 3rd child together. The husband and wife have a 13-year-old boy by this time. So, you know, they picking the venue and all that type of stuff. Then once he started paying on the wedding, all of a sudden she got this great idea that she wants her biological father, man, has never been active in her life since she was like 7, 8 years old, to walk her down the aisle. But the stepdad is paying for the wedding. And so he said something to his wife about it, and she's like, nothing wrong with her wanting to walk her daddy. Her daddy walking her down the aisle. He's like, well, at least I'll be able to dance with her for the the father-daughter dance. She's like, no, her dad gonna dance with her for the father-daughter dance. She's like, well, we'll do it. We'll do one together afterwards. And the wife told him, no, there's no such thing as a step.
Brother, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this sound awfully familiar to the guy who went viral.
I know what you're talking about, but we actually had this guy came to Evans before that even came out.
was before that.
Okay.
That was before they even came out. When he complained about it, the wife turned to him and told him that he needed to stop acting like a bee. She said that to him.
Okay. All right. Well, let me. Okay, we can all pull experiences, and negative situations. But again, if we go look at children, there's children that come out to say that this man, my dad wasn't there. This man was a father to me. And there's some situations where the mother and the father don't work, but that child still looks to that man as a father and still comes to that man for guidance and says thank you to that man for being there. So I'm not telling men to be a stepdad. I'm not gonna do that, but I am saying I just don't see a reason to be so against it, because especially all these conversations, and I told you I'm off that black men versus black women shit. Y'all can have that. I didn't moved on. But sometime in the conversations, often what I hear is, and I just said this to Evan, is that we need men in the households. Even Saw, and you could tell him I said this because it's nothing bad that I'm saying. Saw actually on one of his panels, I called him. It was hypocritical because he said the women who got children, they need to find a man so that that child can grow up in a 2-parent household. But then the sentence right after that was like, men shouldn't be stepdads. Well, then I don't know what is the fuck. Sorry for cursing. What is the solution, fam?
The solution is choosing the proper person before it even get to that point.
Yeah, I understand that. I get you on that. I'm with you on that. Both men and women. But at the end of the day, there's still some children. The children are here. Again, not telling men to go out and be a goddamn stepfather. It's not what I'm doing. I just wouldn't use my mouth to advise against it and then still talk about 2-parent household. I just don't think. I think stepfathers are needed. I personally think stepfathers are needed.
They're needed, but they're not appreciated. And I would never sign. That's the thing. The advice I would give my own kids is the same advice I would give to a young man or a young lady outside my family, right? I would not recommend it to my son, because my son would not be second best to anybody, right? Anybody. So unless the woman can prove that that man is going to be the full man of the house, bro, don't sign up for that shit. If you can't lead your house the way it needs to go, the way you want it to go, don't sign up for that. If you go in there and tell that 12-year-old boy or that 15-year-old boy, hey man, you need to go outside and cut the grass, and you say, you ain't my daddy, or hey man, get out my room. Nah, partner. Don't sign up for no shit like that. What you gonna do? You can't, mama said, you have a problem with him, you gotta call me at work. The fuck I gotta call you at work for? It's my fucking house. Don't say nothing to him. Call his daddy. I'm gonna call another dude for something going on in my house? Nah, partner.
You have to pay for that school trip. You got to pay for prom. You got to pay for that suit. You're not calling him. You just go ahead and pay for it. Now I got to that.
So I hear y'all, and I get what Laura's saying. Again, I'm not recommending it, right? You see how I'm not recommending it, and I'm neither against it. Laura said that he's not even going to, he's just gonna tell his kid not to sign up for it. What I would do in that situation, any man who's signing up for that, before he makes the commitment, how about we start telling those men if he falls in love with that woman, we're going by just on him and the woman clicking. Of course, if he's looking to marry, he has to accept her and everything that comes with her. So, keeping that in mind, why not just tell him to go get guidance from the men that have been and can navigate the in and outs of that situation, so he can be properly equipped to handle what that's going to be like. Successful stepfathers, not stepfathers that may be angry, not stepfathers that only have a negative experience, but the ones who are successful with those, with the mother and the children or child, depending
I
on
think the
what
actual
scope he lands
person
on.
that need coaching in that situation is the mother. Because the man is only going to be as effective as she decided he's going to be. If I say you can't spank my children, guess what, partner? You can't spank my children.
I think you.
So
I think. Did you miss out?
She's the limiter on what's going on. She decides how far he can go with her kids, because when she gets angry, all of a sudden they're my kids again. They're my kids. You can't spank my son. If you have a problem with my son, you need to come talk to me, and I'll go in there and talk to him. Everything is determined by her. So she's the one that need coaching.
Wait. So okay. So with that in mind, before when it comes to those two making that commitment, would we recommend both of them go to couples like therapy, or getting involved with other people who are in step positions, so that they can be properly equipped, both of them, to handle that situation, letting them know, hey, it's not going to be easy, but it can work.
That's why I said. That's why I said from the beginning. Before you, once you realize you can get this relationship with this individual, that's why everybody needs to sit down and have that conversation, so everybody knows what the ground rules are, what's the foundation of everybody going into this blended family. You know what I'm saying? You can't go into the blended family and then later on down the line you trying to sit down. You already messed up. That gotta be like a day-one conversation.
Wayne, that relationship you got in, you ever had a relationship before that one?
Yeah.
You ever had that sit down conversation with someone?
I did. My youngest daughter, matter of fact,
How did those conversations work?
Yeah, I had some where everybody was level headed. Some I had some where dude wanted to get booked. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying?
I'm married to the lady today, so I would imagine that every one of those conversations that you had, compared to the one now, they all didn't work. All of them, right?
I mean,
Because you're with her.
Yeah, I'm with her. I mean, I'm not saying that it did work out because of the kid. You know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about like okay, me not.
The point I'm trying to make here is you can talk to people, situations, and if depending on how badly she needs you in her life, she will agree to any and everything, brother. It's an easy conversation to have. However, reason why I like to give advice based on what's likely to happen is because people will lie to you. They will tell you everything will be great. Oh yeah, I need a man in my house, but you're there and you're already in the relationship. That's when you're gonna recognize. You're gonna at least start to incrementally realize how daunting of a task this relationship can be. Pretty sure when you first met anyone that you meet, you didn't know everything yet. And as time goes on, you started learning. So you had that conversation already. That conversation was great a year ago. I don't remember that conversation a year later. I'm telling you right now, my child comes first, and I'm not trying to hear nothing about you. The reality is, if you ever get with a woman that has children, just know you are not first in the relationship. Each child comes before you, and it's very likely even the baby's father is before you.
Not to mention, if you had this conversation when that child's 4, that's a whole nother different child where they think, move, and operate by the time they're 15. So that conversation at 4 don't mean shit when it comes to 15.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, Lord. So my youngest daughter, when I was with her mother had a 3-year-old daughter. I raised that daughter. That girl down to this day is she's 16. She's downstairs at my house right now. Me and her mother we've been broken up years ago, but she's at my house right now. She'd rather be with me. I'm her in her eyes. I'm her dad, not her her biological dad. Me, she calls me dad. So
See, wait, Robert, let me tell you something about saying that type of stuff on the internet. You know, eventually somebody, when they hear what you just said, a woman in the comments gonna say something about that sound fishy.
Wait, I missed it. I'm not even asking you to repeat it. I just missed it, so I don't even know what he said.
Okay, so all right, so break it down to you. So my relationship I was in previous to this one, me and that girl, we had a daughter. That's my youngest daughter's mom. She had a daughter previous to me coming into her life. I was that child's stepdad. When me and her mom broke up, when I left, she still calls me dad. I still do for her during the summertime and everything. She comes when my daughter comes to visit.
Oh, that part.
She comes to visit too. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't go to she'll rather come to my house versus going to her biological father. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like on no weird shit like that. Oh, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? So, it's just the relationship I had with her, that's my daughter. You know what I'm saying? That's
How many times have you been a step parent?
This is my second relationship being a step parent.
Wait, is that a problem?
Not a problem. I don't think it's a problem, but you do understand in 2020, you're playing a really risky game.
I mean,
Really risky.
I don't see this risky game because you know what I'm saying. I live my life based off of these 2024 the way people look at
Well,
it.
I'm confused. I understand times have changed somewhat between a lot of people, men and women in general,
Yeah.
but again, I just wouldn't advise against it. That's where I stand, and it's okay for us to have the differences. And I'm not even saying I advise for it. I'm not going to do that. I just say, hey, if you love that woman, understand that you are accepting her child as yours too. If you before you put a ring on her finger, before you even decide to get in that relationship, you better know that this is the one for you before you do that, and that you're gonna stick by her side all the way through. I'm not gonna tell you to play games with that woman. Don't waste the time, nothing like that. But go get equipped from the people that's in that situation.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You don't advise against it, but you don't advise for it. So
What I'm saying, I'm not gonna hold alive or put it like this. And for whoever I'm about to disrespect, I apologize in advance. You're never gonna see me on a panel with a whole bunch of men speaking ill of stepdads, and it happens, or ill of certain men. And this I can't do that. That's just weird to me. I'm not gonna do that, speaking bad on stepdads, but then at the same time saying we need stepdads, and it's hypocritical. You're never gonna catch me do that. So what I'm saying is, I'm never going to tell a man that he needs to be a stepdad. Those words will never come out of my mouth. But you will also never hear me say you shouldn't be a stepdad, because at the end of the day, that is your choice to make. In any situation, go get equipped with the tools you need to navigate through that situation. Why do a lot of marriages fail anyway? People don't even speak about marriages the people don't even go seek counseling from healthy marriages that have stood the test of time, where they went through something, but they stay committed through each other. People don't go to marriage counseling. They laugh it off. People quick to cheat. People quick to give up. I say go get the tools so you are properly equipped to handle those situations, just like anything in life.
Is it the reason why you won't give advice to the other? Is it because you feel like you wouldn't give that advice that you were saying that they should go seek? You don't feel confident that you can provide that advice?
I've never been a stepdad. I've been in a situation where I dated a woman with a child, but I'd never been a stepdad. So I would tell them to go speak to stepfathers that are stood the test of time. All I can do is
you don't feel adequate to give that kind of advice.
Yeah, and I don't feel adequate to speak down on it.
Okay, So even if it was your very own son, you advise him to go find someone who has experience with it.
Who has what?
Has experience with the experience you don't have, you would tell your very own son, go seek that information from someone else because I cannot provide you with adequate advice.
Yes.
That's what you would do? Okay.
Yes.
So I completely understand why you see it that way.
If I don't have the tools to lead, okay, so if I'm uneducated in a particular area, right, I'm going to take you where that education can get, and we'll learn it together. There's certain things in life that I'm ignorant on, and ignorant is not a bad word, but some people are just soft.
No, it is.
You say it is?
No, it is.
Oh, okay. But
I'm trying to get an understanding. Where do you go and get an understanding or teaching or lesson to be the third fiddle in your own house? Where do you get that?
well, so okay, well, I've given you guys some of my backstory. What about my stepdad?
I'm asking. I'm asking you a serious question. You say go out there and get the teaching for what would you recommend a man go to, a young man 21 years old, to go and get trained to be the last person in line in his own home that he's taking care of?
But the way you're Lord, but honestly, brother, the way you're framing it, and I get it, is that it's always like that in that situation. And the truth of the matter is, when you go listen to these kids, or if you even listen to my testimony of how great my stepdad was, or even stepdads that's loving with their children, the truth of the matter is that oftentimes they're not last in their own house. I get that they could be in certain situations, but you also have to look at the other situations. I can't speak in totality, but there is no. But why would I tell a man? Why would I tell a man to go find information to be last in his house? That literally don't.
Right? You said go get the tools.
Go get the tool. Go get the tools so you are properly equipped to be a great stepfather. I'm not saying.
So we on the same page.
Wait, hold on. Time out, Evan. Hold on, Evan, brother. One second. How we on the same page? Because I'm a little bit confused. What you mean?
You're saying go out and get the lessons to learn how to do it, right?
Yes.
We both. When you go into that house, she's gonna choose those children over you.
She's supposed.
Sometimes.
She's supposed.
You train a grown man to step in that situation and to be second fiddle in his own home.
Okay, so we're gonna have to have a conversation about black masculinity and black household dynamics. Me, you, Omega, and whoever, so I can get an understanding of the old times back then. What I follow is that I'm sorry?
The old times?
Well, the way I take a biblical view, and my household is different. So, and even my uncles, I don't know about the fucking man eating first. I'm serious. I'm not pandering. I'm not BSing. I'm just simply saying, in my own house, my child I'm gonna eat fucking last. I'm gonna be last. My children come first. I believe that they are supposed to come first. Like even my biological children, definitely my biological.
What you're talking about is not the lane I'm talking about going down.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
When you said a biblical sense, you do agree, man, woman, children, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So in that sense, if you make a decision about the way your household is going to go, the only person that is there to reinforce what you decide is that mother, right?
Yeah.
She decides if that reaches her children or not, right? That's not on you because by birth those are not your children.
She decides what? Go ahead. Say it one more time.
She decides that what you implement goes down to those children, right? Because you're not their birth.
Yeah, that's going to be a different household dynamic. Yes.
Right. So I understand the biblical sense, but as a stepfather, all of a sudden that is erased away.
Not in totality, but I get the point that you're trying to make. Huh?
I'm talking about that. I said, yeah. Not in totality. Yeah, you can pay the bills all day. I'm talking about the leadership of those.
When it comes to discipline the child?
I'm just talking, I said the leadership of those children. Discipline or whatever.
That's going to be a different type of dynamic that old buddy's gonna have to deal with. So I understand what you're saying. I
Which
understand
buddy?
there may be a challenge. You can't. Well, you shouldn't be
Which
hitting.
buddy are
You
you
shouldn't be
referring to?
spanking the kids anyway, or beating the kids. Now, I ain't gonna even
Never
say
said
say nothing about the rod, but disciplining. I'm sorry.
You don't know when it. I've never said anything about beating children. You don't know.
Well, I'm not putting those words in your mouth. I was just speaking on what's going to happen. I'm saying there's going to be a different challenge there because she's not your biological. I mean, because those kids are not yours biologically. I get it, but I don't understand how those children are automatically not going to look up at this father figure in a leadership role when there's children that speak on behalf of their stepdads. So at what point do we start listening to the children that came out of those environments that actually were raised up good and proper?
Didn't you say?
Yes, let me ask. That's fine and dandy about those children, but have you ever heard any of the horror stories that come from the men that come from those situations?
Yes.
I think as
Y'all just told me something. I just gave you an example of the one I saw. Yes.
I think as a man going into that situation, I'll be more concerned with their stories and not the great outcome. Kids, I'm talking that we man in that situation, we should listen to their stories first. Or you tell me their story don't matter.
I would never say that. Y'all, I know some men try to put me in this pandering box. I would never say that. But no.
All that stuff came up, but I didn't even know.
No, not you, Lord. Not you. I would never say that your experiences are invalidated. That's not me. But I think the testimonies of the fathers should be taken into consideration and should be listened to. But also the testimonies of the good stepdads also should be taken advice to as well. What I'm saying is there's balance. You're going to find bad situations, but you also have the good. But we don't. I don't think as a group of people, we don't even want to see the good of those situations. That's what I believe.
But you said it yourself that they never speak, right?
Because
Let me address it.
well, one speaking in the thing right now. Go ahead.
This is hilarious how women take stuff and twist it. I said men talking to men and find out their stories, and she twisted into okay, believe men, not kids. What's talking about the testimony of men that have lived through that situation with stepchildren? I'm not saying those children's stories don't matter, but I'm talking about if you're a man signing up for this type of stuff, you need to find out from men that have lived through that situation. Doesn't that make sense?
Wait, you just said the same shit. Now we talking the same thing.
He talking about it.
No. I'm talking about his last sentence was said you need to find out from the men that lived it. Well, didn't I just say go speak to the ones that?
He was saying what somebody.
I'm saying with somebody comments.
Yeah, I get that you responded to the. So right now, I think we're on the same page. I just think we on two different like wavelengths, and that's okay. I think if a person go sign up for that situation, go learn about the situations from men, because I'm not going to tell. Here's where I draw the line, Lord. If a man falls in love with that woman and that woman falls in love with that man and that woman has a child, I don't think I should say because she has a child, go find something else. I'm not going to stop a potential great relationship or love based on the negative things that could happen and have happened because we don't know. That's my viewpoint. Now, whether people want to, take that and run with it any kind of way, that's on them. But that's what I stand on.
Let me tell you why I think it's dangerous what it is that you're saying. Right? Now, we all know 2024, we all know that we should vet men or the women you determine to be your spouse or your girlfriend. We should all know that, right?
Yes.
I don't think there's a person in the dating market that's not aware. Vetting is important, right? But
I would hope.
you and I both know that the majority of people are vetting. They see somebody who's sexy, someone who looks appealing, someone who's attractive, and they just go for it. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so if that is indeed the case, then we have to give advice the same way that people will actually take it and use it. That is in a snapshot. Men who do not have children do not date ladies who have children. Men who have children, you have the option to date someone who has children. Why? Because you're better prepared for it. These men who do not have children, they're not prepared, they're not ready, don't even do it. Why I'm saying it this way? Because if I take the approach that you're saying, well, why don't you just go and do the hard work of research? They're not going to do it, sir. They're simply going to look at the fact that you didn't say don't do it. They're going to see it as a green light and jump in with both feet and regret it. So it's better to give them that snapshot. Hey, you don't have any children. Your best option doesn't mean the other isn't an option, but your very best option is to create your own family before you take on someone else's family.
But Evan, I hope you know you just made a totality statement. You said they will jump. You said they will jump in it and find themselves in a horrible spot. That's basically what you said. And
Yes.
if I have personal experience outside of me, men who are not simps, men who get money, men who really come from a rough background, they can give you tough love and they know how to love. Real built men, how they used to be back in the day, of course. Those type of men who are in stepdaddy relationships, right, with their wife, the good can still be found. I think it does more harm. And this, I'm telling the truth, to say don't do it. Now, obviously, the ideal choice for any man, bro, find you a wife, have some kids. If y'all both don't have kids, cool. If she got one and you want to take a chance, go ahead. If you got one, and
See, what are you doing? You said
okay,
take a
okay. So time out.
chance.
So time out.
Right.
If the step, okay. So let's flip it on the man then. If a man has a child, should he get with a woman that has a child, or should he go get with a woman who don't have any?
As his first option, it should be a woman without children.
What? Hold on. Wait a minute. Time out. If a man, wait, hold on. Wait a minute, because now I'm confused. If a man has a child,
You said if he doesn't have a child.
no, I said if he does.
So we're giving advice to the man or the woman? Giving it.
No, I'm speaking. I flipped it. I'm asking where we standing at. If I flip it for just a brief second, if
Yes.
a man has a child
Yes.
and
The child,
I'm sorry,
child live with him.
yes, if he is a single father, right?
Right.
Well, even if he don't, but yeah, okay. Well, let's say if he's a single father, and he wants to get married, right? Should he get with a woman that has a child, or should he get with a woman that don't have any children?
I would prefer if he does have a child, I would prefer in giving advice to him, I would say you're probably better suited get with a woman who does not have children, simply because of the fact that remember, advice isn't for everyone. You get what I'm saying? Here where I'm going, because this is the mistake people make with advice. They think you give one person advice, that's the advice for every single situation, and that's not the case. The very best situation, period, is always to get with someone who does not have children, because you get the opportunity to raise your own family. Granted, he already made a mistake and he has a child, right? That was his mistake. Does that mean you have to go and put yourself in a situation where you're going to have to deal with another person's baby dad? No, you wouldn't give no individual advice that's not best for that one person. So when I give you advice, just know it is particularly for you. This is the best thing for you to do. Now, am I going to say it's a bad idea to date someone with children? No, I'm not going to say that, because you already have children. You have an idea. You're prepared to deal with fatherhood because you're a father. So it's a very different when you don't have any children at all, because you don't know nothing about fatherhood. Vehemently tell him that is not the way to go for you, because you know nothing about fatherhood.
Okay, so
It would. I
But
mean, if
but,
you're
but wait a
in
minute, you just
with
but
all
so but what I heard was because you said a lot and I understood, but what I heard was basically a man who has a child, his ideal best bet is still a woman who doesn't have any kids. But on the flip side, the woman, if she has a child, I'm really trying hard to understand y'all. I really am, fam. I
let
really
me
am.
abbreviate. Let me abbreviate. Anyone, I don't care what your situation is, anyone, if you're getting with someone else, and this advice goes for single women as well. I wouldn't advise her to date a man that has children either.
Mm-hmm.
It's always best to start out fresh because you want to create your own family. So anyone who's dating someone else, I would advise that you get someone who does not have children. And this is provided we're talking about people of the age of having children. If you're beyond that, we're not talking about those people. You get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in your 50s, doesn't even count. Just saying, if you're starting out your life, man or woman, don't go get somebody who has children because you have the opportunity to start your own family. And that's the optimal way of going through life.
Hey, y'all mind if I give a different aspect, different way of looking at it?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm almost finished. What up, by the way? So, but the thing I'm saying is, if you have children, then it's not that big a deal because you've already understood motherhood or fatherhood. You have an idea. You're not confused as to what's going on because you have understanding of parenting. So you may be okay dating someone and falling in love and having children with somebody. I'm sorry, getting married with somebody who has children because you have at least a some kind of understanding of it. But if you don't have any, best way is to go with somebody who does not have children. You start your own family. That's all you got.
I don't care if you got kids. I don't care if you're the heavenly father. Care what kind of father you are. I don't care how much experience you are. As men, is it not our job to assess risk and eliminate risk?
That's supposed to, yeah.
In every situation and circumstance, I don't care if it's work, I don't care if it's play, I don't care if it's vacation, I don't care what it is. A leadership's job is to assess risk and eliminate risk. A stepfather takes on more risk than any other parent living.
Mm-hmm.
Any other parent. Explain why. You not only risk yourself, you risk your child that you will biologically have. And I'll explain why. Let's say that you got with a woman who had a daughter, and you and your wife now have a son. And the daughter that was there before you and the son appeared don't like neither one of y'all. She has been used to being a single child, only child, and getting all the attention to herself. Now her mother has to split her attention with her new husband and her new son.
Mhm.
You might want to look up the statistics on pre-existing children when new baby children are introduced from a different man. The daughter don't her mom with a new man because she wants her mommy with her real daddy, and she damn sure don't want giving her attention to that new little son. So now she gonna probably do something to the son and lie on you. She gonna probably put some in the little boy's food and then say the daddy done touched her. Now, is that something that has definitely happened? No. But is it risky? Does the risk exist? Yes. Not only that, let's imagine that I'm your son, host. I'm your biological son. And you now marry a woman with 2 other kids. What happens to my inheritance from you? Are you just going to give it to me? Or are you going to be a good man, good father, and make sure you take care of all the children the same? Ain't that what she would expect? Would she expect you to give just as much to her kids as you would to me? Now my inheritance from my blood father is split between 3 people. And guess what? Those other 2 people who have a biological father, they're going to get 100% of their father's inheritance. Why? You have split mine. You have split my attention from you. You have spent my inheritance from you, and everything that you could possibly do for me now is divided into a third. That's another reason why you don't go and marry another, try to play superhero for kids. Because now, and last but not least, let's say that you get a great job opportunity somewhere. We live all in Florida, and you got a job in Texas that's paying you $200,000 more. Guess who you got to get permission from, sir? Her kid's father. You can't just all of a sudden take us all and put us in the car and take us from Florida to Texas. You got to call her baby's dad and ask him permission. Can you move your family to Texas so you can make $200,000 more a year?
Mm-hmm.
And I can go on and on and on. And I'll land with this. When I was in the military, if you was my Marine and you came up to me talking about you about to get married, the first thing I would ask is, does she have kids? And if she did, I'm not approving your package. I'm not approving your package because now, guess what? You're restricted on where you can deploy. You're restricted on where you can get based. Because if you marry a woman with kids that are born in the place where you got married, and now all of a sudden you get orders to Okinawa, Japan, guess where your family can't go? Your family can't go overseas because she has to get permission from her children's father whether or not you can take her and those kids overseas. I'm not approving your package. You better go to something. You better go over my head. I'm not, because you don't understand that you marrying a woman with other men's kids makes you not a land.
I don't have a problem with these examples because, again, I know they exist. The problem I'm having is, which was said on the panels, and I brought your name up earlier. I just used what you said. I didn't talk bad about you. But I just remember, and maybe you could clear it up for me, Saul. You said that women with kids need to find a man because that child needs to have a optimal, environment to grow up in with both mother and father in the household. But then right after that sentence, and it was a while back, you had said you were told the men, do not be no stepdad to these kids. Do not be a stepdad. So I'm just gonna ask you directly, how can we tell them that they need to, for the children that's already here, don't bring up the, don't have any children out of wedlock, those kids are here, that don't apply. How can we out one mouth tell them that they need to find a man so that the child can be raised in the optimal raising conditions, right? But then say, don't be no stepdad to the men.
Easy question to answer. Just
Cool.
because you get a man into your children's life don't mean you need to fuck them. Uh-oh. Just because you bring a man into the kid's life, it's called a karate sensei. It's called a football coach. It's called a basketball coach. It's called an uncle. It's called a grandfather. It's called all types of men. Just because you need to bring a man in those kids' life does not mean you need to be fucking him. Does not mean you need to be in a romantic relationship with him. Just like my mother did me. The greatest thing my mother ever did with me was give me to my grandfather.
So I saw you said find a. So were you not saying it? Were you not saying
they needed to go? I told them that they needed to go get romantically involved with another man. I never said that. I said you need to have a man in those kids' life. And I don't give a damn if that motherfucker kicks karate class and you drop him off every day. If he's a AAU tournament coach, whatever it is, you need to find a man in your community that you look at and you are like proud to be with. Because guess what that removes? It removes any chance of DV.
Oh no,
it removes any chance.
I understand. I understand it now. I get you. So single moms, mothers, whatever word they're using nowadays, they should remain single.
If your children are the most important thing in your life, which it should be as a single mother, 100%, especially if you got girls. Especially if you got girls. You should be focused. If you pick the wrong man and you decided to leave that man, being another man, regardless of where you met him, how you met him, is bringing in risk. Not only risk to the children, risk of you having possession of those children. Because I can tell you many women who dated a guy and didn't know his history and found out the hard way when the father had him investigated, found out he had, some shit in his past. All of a sudden now, Department of Human Services is at your front door, ma'am. Hello, is Johnson Randall here, ma'am? Yes, he is. That's my boyfriend. He is been convicted of children, ma'am. Now all of a sudden, the children are removed from the home. We stay in a relationship with him. And guess who now has custody? The father. Because the father found out about the boyfriend's past. And you didn't do your due diligence. And now you had a SMICS offender in your home with your children because these women do not do their due diligence. They do not do background checks. They just start messing with dudes. Now you know that you and the kids are in the car. He got some shit in the trunk you didn't know about. He gets pulled over. Guess where the kids are going? Department of Human Services. Department of Human Services. Always coming to pick them up. Just like I said, it is up to adults to assess risk and remove risk. If you want to get your rocks off, ma'am, go on to get a babysitter, go to the club, get your bag blown out, and then take your ass home. You do not put your children at risk. Period. And that is, and look it up. Majority of the time when children are hurt, it's by the mother or what? A step parent. Landed.
Okay, so I'll take accountability. If that's what he said, then I misunderstood because I thought he meant stepfather.
Get some rest. But deep down there, he is a stepfather. He's trying to come up.
Hey, Laura, you going live tomorrow?
Yeah, I had to take care of business today. I had to come back to Memphis, so
No
I'll be
problem.
on.
All right.
Take it easy.
Okay. Well, cool. Well, now I understand that's all. If that's what was said the first time, I heard stepdad, so that was the word that was used. So you were saying they just need to get a man involved, meaning a mentor, coach, any person, any man that's equipped to give guidance to the children. Okay, cool. I understand that. Who is this? How you doing?
Good evening, good night. You gonna stay too long, man.
All right.
Evan saw what's going on.
What's going on, bro?
What up, Dub? Hey, one question I got to you is you said why stepfather respected.
Yes.
How do you think they aren't respected? Are you saying by society expectations or by the women that they with?
Everybody. I think they get shamed by a lot of women, even though some women stay complaining like that they want to find a stepdad for their children. We see the disrespect that comes from women. We also see disrespect that comes from men, particularly in a certain a certain sphere, whether it's red, black, whatever color the pill may be, because it's different kind of men who advocate for men on panels. So red pill, the black pill, there's a lot of disrespect coming from them, and even society aspects. Movies they get this. Who said something?
Nobody.
Oh, okay, I thought I heard something. So it's not. It was never one sided to where fucking men are just disrespectful to stepdads. It's everybody. They're disrespected by everybody, and I don't think we do enough of applauding men who stepped in their role and actually had great experiences. Because in anything, bro, it's the internet. We always paint the negative more than we paint the positive. That's just what we fucking do. But go ahead. But it was everybody, brother.
First, let me say this: I've never disrespected a stepfather. I just don't think it's the best choice. If a man does that, salute him. I say it all the time. Hey, I salute y'all that do it. I just don't think it's the best choice because you take a lot of risk. Now, if he was a stepfather, he had a great experience, outstanding, but that's not the majority. The majority of men, when it goes bad, the kids and the mother turn their back on him. He was never.
I don't know what study can show me that majority of the stepdads have their back turned on to where, because I can count countless within my family, my friends' family, where these women not cheating, these women still respect the person, and even my own experience with my biological father and my stepdad who came into my life. So I could always pull up great examples. I don't try to use anecdotes. So if you have a website or statistical source, I would love to read it. I
All
swear.
you're going to do is just go to the divorce statistics. 78% of all of divorces are filed by women, and a stepfather has no legal rights to stepchildren. Zero, nothing. He has absolutely zero rights, none.
I get the divorce rates, but I'm saying specifically to the stepfathers.
The stepfathers don't leave. The stepfathers aren't leaving; they're leaving the stepfather, and the stepfather gives his time, his money.
Oh, okay. I'll look
Men
into.
do not lead Men do not lead in divorce in any category.
Yeah, that okay, cool. I'm gonna look at the divorce rate of actual stepfathers by themselves. And I'll
If you can find that, I don't know if it has that.
well, that's what I was asking, Saul.
Well, listen, legally, there's no such thing as a stepfather. There's no such thing
You
as
know
a
what?
stepfather.
That is correct. That is
So,
correct. That would be very hard to that would be very hard to
legally,
find.
It's not even a thing.
Yeah. Okay, understood.
Well, isn't that a reason why they're disrespected though? They don't even have a title. They don't even have a status.
Uh-huh.
So the fact that they don't have a status, legally, they're not going to be able to protect someone's rights that don't have a status.
I mean,
And here's the even
logically speaking,
passes away. If the mother passes away,
the
those
family
kids are
gets the
worth
the
estate.
family gets the children.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Imagine that. You're a father of a child, a boy that's only known you as his father his entire life, and you don't have. They can just come and take your boy because the mother was in a car accident.
So here's the thing. When you speak on young men accepting the status or the role of stepfather, I disagree with it. If he has the opportunity to go out there and start his own family from scratch, he should do that, and he should do everything that's will. Keep that. At our age, when you get to our age, looking at the statistics of the women that we dealing with and within our culture, just about all the women got kids. So I think it takes a special kind of man. Is it a threat? Is it a risk? Yes. A lot of things in life are. It takes a special man. It takes a special woman, more importantly, to be able to operate within a mixed family. One thing I will say, we speak of community. We speak about making it, whether it's the soccer coach or the martial arts trainer or whoever, as a man that steps into the life of a child, has an imprint within that child, he's important. And whether society looks at him as he's important or gives him some specific title, don't always deal with that. I think the best stepfathers in this case, since we're not talking about stepmothers, are the ones that's been stepkids. You can understand it from a standpoint of being that child more so if you have never been that child. If you haven't been a stepchild, it's even more complicated to be a stepfather. Now, understanding that majority of us men were raised in a single family home, most of us had stepfathers, right? So we got an imprint on us of what it was to have a man in our, and it wasn't necessarily our father, but was a imprint on our life. Whether it was him, our grandfather, around the corner. So I'm not denouncing anything you say. I shoot Evans low 100% on a younger man finding and establishing his family for himself, putting that time, all the energy he can into doing it. But when it comes to elder men, I myself feel like if we're gonna say that we want to see the community better, we are gonna have to step up. We may have to take that risk in order to be the imprint on that child, whether it's ours or not. I want to label that stepfather, coach, whatever, but it's necessary.
I've told plenty of women. I've mentored plenty of sons didn't have a father, and I told the woman right off the bat, "Hey, if you introduce me to your son, this has nothing to do with me and you. I don't want this relationship between me and him based off of a relationship between me and you because you change like the damn sun. You change like the weather. And I can't change like that with that child. So if you're going to introduce me to your child and you want your child to have a male, an influencer, yeah, I'm not basing that or risking that on a relationship with you. I'm not going to rate because I already know the statistics. The majority of women leave. They get bored. Hell, sometimes they get jealous of your relationship with their child because the child went more towards you than them. And I was able to mentor boys into the military. I got 2 individuals in the Army right now. They didn't go Marine, but hey, they settled for the Army. I ain't mad at them. But anyway, they went to the Army and they got the guidance they needed. But the thing was, as sure as shit stank, the mother went off and did whatever she wanted to do. And that's cool because that's how I set it up. Because I knew that's what she was going to do. Now, if I would have based that relationship with him off of my relationship with her, I wouldn't be in his life. Because she would have got mad at me, kicked me to the curb, told me don't contact her or her son. That's her son. And then I would have been, the boy would have lost another parent. Imagine the son, imagine the kids. Not only did they lose the biological father, but then they lost the father that she introduced. Because what? She was bored, or you weren't invested in her, or whatever other bullshit excuse she gets to try to remove the children from you. Because that's what they do. They weaponize their children. And if she's weaponizing it against the biological father, please best believe she's going to do the same thing to your ass.
So is that not something that we see even amongst the married period or relationships period?
But the problem is you can't do that to the biological father. You cannot remove the child totally from the biological father. He has rights. He can fight for rights. I can't go to court and say shit. I ain't nothing but a boyfriend.
In some states, yes. In some states, you still got fathers that's fighting for rights for their
Yeah,
family.
because they can fight. I can't even fight as a stepfather.
That's true. That's true. And I feel like this because I've been there, right? I got 2 stepkids prior to my marriage now, right? And those kids, I can tell you for facts, those kids, if you have put an impression on them, if you have taught them anything, they may separate themselves because mom don't want them to be around you. Whatever that looks like, those things you speak on is true. But it's gonna come a day when that 29-year-old pick up phone, call you. It's gonna be a time where that 18-year-old that's about to graduate finds you on Facebook and say, I want you to come to my graduation. It's then the child's option. See, we worry about the relationships that we already know. Hell, they ain't fucking, excuse my French, on a lot of levels. We know that statistic, right? But are we willing to put the work into the next generation?
Yeah, I think I can do a better. I can do a better job as a coach. Just as a life coach.
And that may be your place. I think honestly, sir, I think that's a great place for you. I think you having a multitude of kids just to take through boot camp, you know what I'm saying, and really just put that imprint would be a great place. But it does not take away that some of us, yeah, we may take that risk or whatever. We're putting that imprint in a different way. Maybe we are willing to take that chance. And in all actuality, rather you take that chance or you find a woman with no kids and you take that chance. Hell, these days of time, ain't there one of them guaranteed. But
Right, but you trying to mitigate when you're speaking on particular the stepfather position. If you're giving advice, you mitigate the risk by saying, "Young man, get the one that doesn't have children." It's just reducing the risk. That's all it is. That's important.
And if you want to mentor a child, remove the relationship with the woman. The relationship with the woman is not necessary. That is the risk. Because the romantic relationship between you and the woman can cause unnecessary more pain to the child. If the child grew up with her fighting for his biological father, it's probably something in her that causes domestic violence. And I learned that the hard way. I remember dating a woman who had 2 sons. And she told me every man that she ever dealt with put her hands on her. And I told her I would never do that. I would never do that. That's not the type of man I am. After dating her for 6 months, I found out exactly why every man put his hands on her ass. Because she liked to put her hands on men. She thought it was okay for when she gets mad to push you or put a little finger on your forehead and mush you back and shit. And then as soon as she did that shit to me, see, I said, I understand why he slapped your ass in between the damn wash and dry. I understand exactly why it happened. I won't do it, and I'm not going to lose my career over you. I got the fuck away from her ass. And unfortunately, the sons suffered because they loved me. So I've learned this the hard way. I'm never going to freaking put myself in that position. And the last thing I'll tell you is, I had a friend of mine who raised 7 kids from a woman that wasn't his. 7 kids, 5 girls and 2 boys.
that's somebody trying to come up.
And then guess what? In his career, now he fucked up. He did do something wrong. He got caught cheating on the mother. He got caught cheating on the mother. She went to his command and ruined his military career, got him put in jail, and then when he got out, the kids act like they didn't even know him. Act like they didn't know him. He raised them from like single ages all the way up to almost graduating high school. And I was like, wow. Like, wow. Like, I know he fucked up. And I said, hey, you deserve what she did, but you didn't deserve that from the kids, I don't think. That's just me. But like I said, it's already painful enough to have to try to fight to see your own blood kids. And men understand the pain it is to have a child pulled away from you and you are powerless. Whenever you have to go drop your child off from your visit, from your vacation in the summertime or on the weekends, and you got to drop your baby off and she's sitting there screaming and crying at the door because she don't want you to go, you got to, because it's time for her to go home to her mother. And then imagine doing that with a child you don't even have the right to fight for. The court's telling you, sir, you don't have a case. I would hate to be that person.
Hold on. Never mind. Because I don't even want to take it to like statistics and studies, but like I don't want to do that. Let's just to be fair. I understand that a lot of men, there's some men that's in a situation where they are fighting for their child. I will never take that away from the actual ones that have to deal with that. But the truth of the matter is, if you look at the numbers, the majority of men are not fighting for their kids. Now, I posed the question so y'all know that I'm even. I don't believe you should have to fucking fight anyway. But still, if we look at the numbers.
You know why they're not fighting? And I understand. I don't approve of it, but I understand. Because I'm going to tell you right now, you ever had to fight to see your kids before, Post?
No, I learned from my community not to have kids out of wedlock because it was instilled in me.
Smart. Well, I'm going to tell you how it feels because I didn't have my kids out of wedlock. I was married first and had 2 daughters, and we got divorced after 15 years of marriage. I'm going to tell you what it's like. You drop off your baby girl, and she's at the window having a fit because she doesn't want you to go. But her mother moved her out of state. And you sit there in your car, try not to rip the fucking steering wheel off the goddamn wheel because you're her superhero. You're her Superman, and you are powerless. And all you can do is drive your ass to the airport and get on the plane. And men, sometimes they can't handle that and they take themselves out. They don't go home. They go get a bottle, they go get some pills, and they end it because they can't take that pain. And I don't condone it, but I understand. So when a man tells me, hey man, I just couldn't take the pain no more. So I just never went back.
Why okay, so help me understand just for a brief moment, brother. Why is it that you couldn't fight? And well, actually, don't get all personal. I don't.
No. It's not that I didn't fight. I couldn't fight.
No. Let me take them words back. That was fucked up. I said it.
No,
wrong.
it wasn't. I didn't take it offensive.
Okay.
I'm saying that they didn't have a bad mother. My kids didn't have a bad mother. It's just that when you split the children up, she gets a certain amount of time, you get a certain amount of time. And when your time is over, you have to go drop your kids off. And just like she has to drop the kids off to me. But as a man, when you hear your baby girl screaming, no, daddy, no, I don't want to go back home to mommy. I don't want to go with her. Be with you. That is a pain that is unbearable. It is the words that I can come up with to describe to you the type of pain that is to have your child scream your name and scream, daddy, please don't go. And you have no choice. You have to go back to work. You have to go back to your duty. And she has to go to her mother. And it's a pain that some men can't bear. And especially when they get home and their daughter called them on the phone crying too, asking them to just stay on the phone while they go to sleep. It's a pain that's unbearable, but it's a pain that you have to deal with over and over and over for years. And some men just can't do it. That's the reason why we lead and unalive it. Because some men just take themselves out.
I hope y'all paying attention to the comments. This is
I'm
the
looking
very
at
point that's being made
a
here.
whole bunch of comments right now.
Yeah, and that shows you he's describing the actual father, and they have absolutely no respect for the actual father. Can you imagine how the ladies respect the stepfathers? Come on now.
Hey, I heard ladies say out their mouth, stepfathers are men we didn't want in the beginning. That's the Sierra's prayer. Sierra didn't date a man like Russell Westbrook. I mean Russell Wilson in the beginning. She went after Future. Future is who she wanted, but she didn't want the results that Future gave her. So then she went and found Russell. Russell is the stepfather. Russell is the fucking is Sierra's prayer. She wants men who do the right thing, who don't have no felonies, who don't have a record, who focus on positive income to debt ratio, retirement insurance, et cetera, et cetera. Those who don't go out and spend their money on silly shit, designer stupid shit. They don't want you until after they fuck up. But see, that's a father figure there.
Well,
They
so
don't
that
want
that well,
fathers.
so that same energy that we carry for the women, right? I often say that to the guys as well, like that some of you niggas, not you, but some of these niggas just have bad vetting processes. You knew what he was
100%.
before you
We
got
both
with her.
got degenerates on both sides.
Yep.
But majority of men don't bring kids with them when they get married. They don't have possession of children. Women. So just like D-Dub said, hell, it's damn near impossible to find a black woman without kids. If she don't have kids, you can tell why she don't have
That
kids.
shit is crazy. I just find it fun. I just find it funny that we often say that, bro. Every day I'm out in the streets, bro, working. I'm seeing, I'm talking to women. I'm getting to know their life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't come across all these degenerate two baby dad women, and it's like I be like, what the fuck? Like, how you keep running into these goddamn women?
How old are you?
He's not in Florida. We know that.
How old am I? 27.
Exactly, motherfucker.
What does that have to do with anything? What you mean?
Motherfucker, that's just now starting off in adulthood.
Nigga,
You
Bob.
already been an adult for 7 years.
Oh, but still, but again, when it comes to
I've been
women,
an adult for almost 30 years.
but what is that? But you're saying like
Because
you can't.
the women that I deal with have been on Earth twice as long as you.
Okay, then go. What are you in your 40s now, right?
Yeah, I'm almost 50 years
Go a
old.
little, go a little younger, goddamn.
Nah, nigga, well, I ain't dealing with them stupid motherfuckers either.
Go a little younger, goddamn. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, bro.
But you already look. Hey, look, host. I guarantee you, man.
27.
Wait till you wait another
Oh,
5
shit.
years. When your ass hit 30 something, you gonna be like, damn, all y'all kids fuck.
Fam, stop. I keep, bro. You know I'm married, fam. I don't need to find,
Say this to the young man. Let me say this to you. Yeah, bro.
bro.
Your age, you have still a window of somewhat of an opportunity.
Brother, I'm married.
Oh, okay. You married.
I'm married, man. I got a beautiful black wife. She's 32 years old. I'm good. I'm having fun, man.
Okay, yeah. Let's clarify status here because you know you talking to 40-year-old men that basically dealing with 40-year-old women, right? We ain't trying to rob no place. Some of us, two of us, I know are married. So
Hey,
it's
man.
like
Y'all-
at the end of the day, bro, we really having a conversation on to help others. And you know, nothing Saul is saying is wrong, man. Nothing Evan's gonna tell you is wrong. It all has its place for an individual.
D-Dub, do you have a biological son?
Yes, I do.
Would you tell your biological son, would you advise him to do it the way you did it?
Depends on the age we were having the conversation.
Let's say same age as the host.
No, I wouldn't.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not going against. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you and Evans and what y'all giving, right? And y'all are giving the best advice for a age group that definitely needs to take that seriously.
Let me read one of these comments real quick. At 27, no women don't have 4 kids.
Yeah, they do.
You're out your rabbit mind. I know a girl that ain't even 21 got 4 kids.
You hear me? Come on.
She had her first kid at 15. And look, she was with the dude. I think she was with the dude for 7 years. So she's 19 now. So that means she started being with him what? When she was 13, 12?
So let me ask
She
y'all-
was 7.
Yeah.
She started being with this dude when she was 12 years old, and had 4 kids with him by the time she was 19.
How old was the dude?
I think he was only 2 years older than her. Like he was 15, 16 when she got her first kid.
Oh, that's a whole different
So
that's
let me
that's a
ask you
whole different type of problem that we will address
Well, no,
next time.
she didn't have her first kid until she was 15. She was 15, and I think he was 17.
That's still a problem.
Hold on. One
You're
second.
right. You're damn right.
You got 2 daughters, right? You got 2
Yeah.
daughters. And so if your daughters was, let's say, 35, 38, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say the same situation as you, right? Say they got married, they did it right, they had their kids, they got a divorce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they're divorced, they got a kid or 2 kids apiece. Do you want to see your daughters with a man staying by themselves?
Absolutely not. I would tell them, hey, you chose that man. You chose the wrong man. You chose to leave that man. Now, guess what? Your focus is those kids until they're adults. You ain't worried about getting somebody in your house so they can juice your box every night. If you need a man, I'm here. You need a man, you got cousins, you got brothers. You could drop the kids off with me. I'll raise my grandson. I'll raise my grandson just like my grandfather raised me, because guess what? I'm not going to put my hands on my grandson. I'm not going to be trying to touch my grandson's butt in the middle of the damn night. I ain't going to abuse my grandson. I ain't got to worry about any of that, because I'm going to tell you right now, if you bring another man in that house and he hurt my grandson, I'm going to prison.
So in your position, being a divorced man with 2 kids, right? Are you considering remarrying or getting to another?
Yeah, absolutely. But I never would have done it until I raised my kids. I would have never done it until my kids were adults, which they are now, because I needed to focus on them. I needed them to be able to come to my home and not hear me arguing with some other woman, or having some other woman try to put her rules and regulations on them. I focused on just, making sure I had a nice household. I had plenty of money to take care of anything they needed. And when they needed to spend time with me, they spent time with me. Only me.
So here's the other side of that, right? When you find a woman, a man that's actually doing it the way that you speak, right? Staying by themselves, raising their kids until they're adults before they even consider serious relationships or marriage, right? Do you think that the time period within that creates maybe children out of wedlock, or relationships that hurt other people, things to that nature? Because as men or women, right, we our desires to have one another. So even though you deny the more complicated aspects of the desire as far as commitment, but yet you still have the desire to be with the opposite. So we know that as adults, people gonna entertain that, right? And I think when they entertain that without the commitment, or with the mindset of not having a relationship, they put themselves into a situation to do what? Have more kids out of what? Out of wedlock. Because people just not disciplined like that.
Well, that's when you go and you get some type of procedure to remove that risk. Everything can be undone. A man can get his tube, his things cut and burnt, and then have it re-put back together when he's ready to redo it. It's so easy to do. A woman can go get her tubes tied and then have that undone if she ever decides to have children again. We are too advanced in medicine today for us to be having 1930 results. Oh, well, things happen when 2 folks get together. The baby gonna show up and show out. Absolutely not. 32 different forms of birth control. And if I was able to only have 2 kids by the woman I was married to up until the age of 47, I should be able to continue to do that. It's called discipline and eliminating risk.
All right, well, look,
so
y'all.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this number.
I agree.
Hey, so I appreciate you for giving that information, because that's the part of the conversation that I think really need to hear. It's not about what choice you take or what route or what path you should take. What you should or should not do, even if you choose that type of situation. A lot of people, I think especially a lot of women, are choosing to say, I don't want no man, just stay by myself, hear my kids. I think that's a good damn idea, right?
Yeah, they just saying that because they big ass.
Hey, come on. I'm trying to keep. We done been cool the whole time. We'd have been cool the whole time, bro.
Hey, yeah, we know that.
We'd have been cool the whole time. Wait a minute, wait 1 second. Wait, cause Saul, wait a minute, Saul, hey, hold on, wait a minute, cause Saul starts some shit. Goddamn it. And then everybody, and then we all get sunk to HE double hockey sticks due to Saul going stupid. No, but seriously, like, listen, who was talking right now?
That was me. I was trying to finish that up. I was just saying that what he's saying is really giving knowledge to people that's choosing to take that path. I think a lot of times people kind of go through that and attempt to do that, but don't really put the mindset into thinking how I can be most effective in it without causing myself more issues, more drama, and bringing on more irresponsible activities to myself. So hearing him say that, which I kind of knew what he was going to say, I think it gives an insight to those that's choosing it. Maybe do what's necessary. If it takes snip, cut, tie, whatever, to, make sure that you're not in the process of trying to raise your kids to the best and give them the best environment due to your circumstance, but you're also not putting yourself in a position to bring other kids in here to an even worse situation. Thank you for that, sir.
But I appreciate y'all for coming up, man. I'm finna hold on, Runzel, hold on. Saul Evans, D-Dub, I appreciate y'all for coming up. I'm finna rotate it out, but appreciate y'all for having y'all on the panel.
All right, catch you later, man.
All right, man. All righty. Who? Nisi.
Hey Shannon, how are you tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Interesting conversations.
A very interesting conversation. I just had to come up to say something because, while I respect, men that have been through things, as far as like the topic at hand of being stepfathers, my father and my mother were married, and there's 5 of us. My oldest brother is not dad's biological kid. But when my parents got divorced, that didn't change nothing. He paid child support for all of us. He had half custody of all of us. Him being a step parent had nothing to do with any of that. Yeah, he got all of us at the same time. And in fact, last month, all of us took him out to eat for Father's Day. Like, the fact that him and my mom broke up didn't have anything to do with his relationship with us or my older brother that just so happened to not be his kid. And then I also know a couple of guys that their mothers passed away when they were very young, and they had stepfathers. Those stepfathers raised them, legally raised them, and took care of them after their mothers passed away. And so,
Hold on, Nisha, hold on. Let me make sure I got this man. Oh, she left. I came to pick on Saul. Hello. Oh, this lady said she came up to pick on Saul. Y'all.
To hear
oh Lord, leave Saul. Leave Saul alone. But anyway, you said your stepfather paid child support.
That says that's horrible. Like, the blended families are something that's very normal. What he came up here and said was not actually facts. Like, even my dad's fathers and uncles and stuff like that, they had children that they raised that weren't biologically theirs. This is something that went on for a long period of time. But these same men in the comments talking about that's terrible, agreed that it was okay for 15-year-olds and 13-year-olds to be messing with these grown-ass men.
Wait, Nisi, hold on, wait a minute, hold on, Nisi. That story with the 15-year-old thing, the guy was, they met at 12, the girl was 12, the guy was 14, so that it wasn't a grown man messing with that. I just want to clear that up. And secondly, one question. You said that your stepdad actually paid child support?
Like, no, not my biological dad raised my oldest brother, who was not biologically his. Mm-hmm. And yes, he paid child support for him. My parents were married. And it wasn't because the courts made him. My dad said, no, that's my child. I want to pay for him too.
Interesting. Very interesting.
My father, like, he raised my brother since he was 6 months old. My brother doesn't know any other father but him. Mm-hmm. That's his father. Granted, he's really his stepfather. My brother doesn't know any better, and my father doesn't feel any different. That was his daddy. The same way that Russell Wilson is to baby Future. He's raised him ever since he was a baby. That's his son. That's his son, and that's how he feels. He loves that about him. When my parents got divorced, it didn't make any of us feel any different type of way about him. That was still our father. We still was around our father. He was still around us. He still did for us. Them breaking up had nothing to do with our relationship with our father. So I don't like when men come up on these panels and making it seem like, oh, because making it all about the woman. It's not about the woman. If y'all aren't together no more, the relationship just doesn't work out. The kids have nothing to do with that. If you are a good father, biological or not, if you're a good father and you love your kids, you breaking up with that woman has nothing to do with that. And if you're dating women and getting with women that are going to use her children against you, like y'all love to tell women, y'all should have chose a better woman. Because how is that possible for you to use as an excuse to why, oh, I can't be around these kids? Like, I don't know anybody else that's done that. Stepfathers that have raised children whose mothers who passed away and loved them kids like they were their own, didn't make them feel any different. And that's just something that I'm used to seeing where I'm from. That's just something I'm used to seeing. So it's crazy to me when men come up here and say things like, oh, it's a horrible thing for the stepfathers. These fathers get such a bad deal. These stepfathers get such a bad deal. And the kids, they have no rights to the kids. I haven't seen that. They do. They do have rights to these children. When you raise this baby since that baby was a couple months old, when you married that baby's mother, you do. Even if y'all break up.
Wait,
you
wait,
do
wait, wait,
have
wait,
rights
wait,
to
wait,
those
Lisa, wait,
kids.
wait, hold on, time out. Legally speaking, that stepdad has rights to go to court and fight for their
Yes.
child?
Yes, and I can tell you also why, because a lot of men will also bring up the fact that there are men that find out that their kids aren't biologically theirs through blood tests, but still have to pay child support, right? Have you heard of that?
I've heard of that, yes.
Okay, those men still have rights to those children.
Do they get that
They
money
still
back?
have the right to see them.
Do they get that money back once they find out that they're
No, like I'm speaking in as far as the fact that you raised the children and you're still paying the child support, even if they don't want to. If they wanted to see the children, they would have access to those children because they're still legally held liable for it. Yeah, like somebody said, like they might be on a birth certificate or something like that, or they might have been married to the mother. This is not a boyfriend girlfriend situation that we're talking about here. We're talking about legalized relationships like marriage.
Wait, hold on,
or
wait a
birth
minute,
certificates.
hold on. The Lawson, it's not a .org, but it says that, and I'm gonna look into this deeper. I'm gonna just look into this deeper, fam. When I get a chance. Yes, in some cases, a step parent may be able to pursue custody or visitation rights over their stepchild after their marriage to the stepchild's biological parent.
That's what would happen.
Parent ends after their marriage to the child's biological parent ends.
Yep.
Note, however, that this will generally be permitted in rare circumstances where doing so is determined to be in the best interest of the child.
Yes.
That's a long proof. That's a fight to prove.
But the thing is that most of these custody agreements are settled out of court. They're usually not fighting. Like what Saul was up here saying, they're usually not fighting. Most custody agreements are settled out of court, and that includes situations where it comes to step parents. They'll agree to, hey, he can still see the child or she can still see the child.
I understand it. I get what you're saying. I'm gonna look into the percentages of these when I get a chance, but I never knew that. I automatically assumed you ain't got no rights to the child. It's the child's choice whether he gonna see you or not. That was me. I never
And I would say, like, so, like, if you're not married to the woman, or if you're not on a birth certificate, like somebody else said in the comments, if you're not somehow tied through a paper trail to this kid, yeah, you probably won't be able to get custody or visitation to that child. But if you married that mother, you were in that kid's life for a long periods of time, just like you just read off, if it's the best interest of the child, you will have rights to that child. So that's completely inaccurate to say that you won't. Let's say, for instance, if Sierra and Russell were to get divorced, Russell can still have access to baby Future. If him and Sierra were to get divorced, he would still have access to baby Russell. Baby Future. He should be baby Russell, but baby Future.
Mr. Monzel, I see you, my G. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
For me,
Yes.
oh, I was just gonna share some of the things that I would. You know, I'm an older person, but I was raised with a stepfather, and I didn't meet my real dad till I was 21. And when my stepfather died, I still consider him my father. And my real dad was more my friend than my dad.
Mhm.
So we just did things together. We didn't have that connection. This man raised me since I was 5. I remember when he was dying, I said, "This is Munzel on the phone." I called up to the hospital because I couldn't go see him because I wasn't a biological son during COVID. And he said, "Hey, my son, Munzel." But by doing that, when I raised my kids and me and my woman broke up, I stayed in the same neighborhood and raised my kids right outside the house because I didn't want them to have to go through the experience of not knowing their real father. Because that's pain. I went through some pain, but my stepfather made it better. Because my real dad never put me on his birth certificate. And then when he died, the stepmother got everything. She gave everything to the adopted son. I didn't get anything because she didn't like me. So it all depends on the maturity of the person. You have to control your sexual appetite and just do your responsibility. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because ever since I left my kid's mother, I haven't had a relationship that is serious in front of my kids at all till they're grown. Right now they're grown, but right now I don't even think about it because I'm real older now. So it's not that serious. But those are some of the things I wanted to share, and I believe in a lot of what other people said too. But there's a give back on both ways. I think the main thing is to control your sexual appetite and don't blame other people. Be responsible for your actions. That's parenting to me.
Yeah. Me and I agree with a lot of the men that came up in some instances. I disagree in some instances. But again, balance. Pretty cool. Pretty cool conversation. I think stepdads deserve uh more respect than they're given, and they're not given. I don't know what you mean. That's wild. I don't think you were here the whole time. There was some valid points on the other side that were being said, and for those valid points, I agree with them. Not everything, but I agree with some of them. But they did say some facts in some of the cases. Now, let me change the background real quick because I'm going into a different topic. Uh, this I'm gonna try to do this as often as I can because oftentimes I see a lot of people talking about fam, society doesn't society. Oh, you was reading the comment. Okay, cool. Society doesn't respect stepdads. Some women don't respect stepdads, and a lot of men don't respect stepdads. So I don't. What do you mean? Who doesn't respect stepdads? That's not even a. That's not even a valid question. Let's stop the cap here. So, uh, like I said, I'm going in a different direction. If anybody has any solutions for the black community, as long as you don't start saying that black woman versus black man stuff, please, you're free to take part in this conversation. If you don't have anything good to say, stay your ass in the guest box. I'm sorry, stay your
I
ass
have
out the guest
something to
box.
say as far as a solution.
Yeah, go for it.
I honestly think that everybody should kind of break free of the looking and pointing fingers at everybody else. Spend some personal time with themselves and self-reflect. I think women in particular should, focus on themselves, focusing on, their careers and getting their education. Stop having children. I don't think women should be having children at all, especially, listening to this conversation, because I agree with you that there were some valid points that were made up here. I'm not even going to say I disagree with everything every man said up here. So because of that, I would advise women, stop having children. Let's invest in the children that are already here. and the birth rates are down. I feel like a lot of young girls are kind of heeding to that advice that they're not focused on having children or dealing with boys, that they should focus on bettering themselves. I think everyone should do that. If we all did that, we could come together and form a better community. We really could.
Scorpio, appreciate you, niece, for saying Scorpio, fam. Scorpio vibes, 88 back up. I literally just said that often I was trying to point people to actually go listen to stepdads that are in successful marriages where the kids respect them. I've already said that we don't put enough attention on the stepdads that are in healthy relationships. So you saying that I'm listening to a whole bunch of podcasts to the actual stepdads, I was defending the fucking stepdad that are actually, you know, in good situations. So I literally I literally don't know what you're talking about. Adair, how do you say your name?
Adair.
Adair, how you doing?
Okay, so my solutions will be, and I love talking about the solutions for the African American agenda. Okay, first I want to go with Nisi. I agree. We need to stop having kids. And I teach that to all the young ladies I work with, any young lady I come across. I don't care if it's in the Chick-fil-A line. Do not have kids, because there is literally no airtight way for you to not become a single mom. Is no guarantee. Is nothing, is no foul-proof way for you to not to become a single mom. And because a single mom at this level in society is now, for lack of better words, is being described as the scum of the earth every time you get on any type of social media platform. The only way we're going to get a grip of what's going on is to do what the Koreans did and stop having kids and focus on the ones that are here. And the ones that are here, we as a Black community, we need to grab tight our kids. Our kids cannot read, and I was a former educator and I'm a mortician, and I'm going to give you two sides. Our kids cannot read, and when our kids cannot learn and comprehend information, they get stuck in a loop of fake news and things of that nature, and they're just listening to things on podcasts and on social media, and they're not researching and reading and comprehending things for themselves. And a lack of knowledge leads to an increase in violence because they're just raging off emotions. We need to go grab our kids and sit down and disconnect them from the world and teach them about reality. And those are some of my solutions. And get some life insurance. Please get some life insurance.
Basically, I see. I know we had some beef before, but I'm gonna keep it respectful. You're not gonna get no disrespect over here. First,
You had beef before?
no, I was speaking of basically.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just being candid. One, I get it. I understand what y'all saying. Don't have kids, because there's absolutely no way the husband may lose his life. I get it. I wouldn't go all the way there, but I'm not opposed if that's what it's going to take to stop the shaming of the single mothers. That's what it's going to take to not have children outside of a healthy environment. If that's what it's going to take, and y'all want to do that, I'm all for it. Go ahead and do that. But when I'm speaking on solutions, that could be in your opinion. Now, with that being said, I'm more focused on Black people. Let me not say men. Black people policing their own neighborhoods. Yeah. Black people unifying together as an army to actually fight for what's theirs, because there's an $800 billion reparations bill over there in California. Now, when it gets to the Supreme Court, we already know they're gonna reject that. Like they're gonna reject that fast. But us strategizing and coming together as an army to actually fight instead of fighting inwardly, start focusing outwardly, and stop trying to be kumbaya with every goddamn community. I hope I don't offend anybody when I say that. But policing your own neighborhoods, stop trying to be kumbaya, focusing on healthy dynamics, bringing healthy foods into our environments, taking our neighborhoods back from the others. I'll just say it like that so I don't get heated off of the platforms. Those are my solutions for rebuilding Black community. As far as Black family structure, I still do, let me not use the word nuclear for people who get mad. I do believe in the 2-parent household. How about that? I believe in the mother, father, children. I'm not even saying that it's perfect. I'm just saying that it's ideal. At some point in time,
Mm-hmm.
our hearts are gonna have to be reconciled to where black men and black women can come together and empathize and sympathize with each other without everything being a goddamn argument. Because if we can't talk to one another, we can't move with one another.
Okay, so may I ask you a question, Shannon?
Yes.
Were you raised in a 2-parent household?
Yeah. 2 of them.
Okay, did your spouse, was they raised in a 2-parent household?
My dad was. My
Your
mom.
spouse, like the
Her dad.
person that
Huh?
you're with.
Hmm?
Your spouse, were they raised in a 2-parent
Oh,
household?
my spouse. No, she had she had a stepdad and a mom for as long as she could remember. I don't know
Okay,
if that
I was
counts in
raised
your.
around a lot of 2-parent households. I grew up in a 2-parent household. Me and my spouse, he came from a 2-parent household. His people still together. I'm not against the nuclear family. I totally believe in. Matter of fact, let me tell you, I don't just believe in a nuclear family. I definitely believe in compounds, but that's my belief. I just don't think that there's enough people for us to all have one person. I think that's just my belief, though. But what I will say is, I would rather see a healthy parent than a single healthy parent than a person is just with somebody because they don't want to be a single mother or they don't want to be from a broken home. Because I promise you, I've seen that be much more detrimental on a kid and their growth than a 2-parent household just so it can look cute on social media. I think we need to be real with certain dynamics. Some things just work better when they're co-parenting. Some people aren't meant to be in relationships because we are growing totally different than when parents were together and they just stayed in the same community. They didn't know nothing else, and that's what they were introduced to their small environment.
I understand that viewpoint as well. I won't say I'll rebut it later, but I'll talk about that later. Basically, what up?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing all right. See that you've been hosting a pretty good live. I've been sitting there listening and all of that good stuff.
Okay, appreciate you.
So, I'm gonna push back on a couple of things, but to solution mode.
Okay.
All right. So, I hear women in our community say that single mothers are the worst thing because that's what they're hearing from the men. And the reason the men are saying that is because they set the kid up at every statistical disadvantage. And the solution, it seems, that women have to that is kind of a take your ball and go home energy. So it's not that I'm going to play by the rules. We're not going to do that. I'm going to 4B West. We're going to stop having children in a Black community, right? Because we're not going to get married first because you can get divorced like every other community that gets married and can get divorced. And instead of looking at the fact that the divorce rates are at almost 80% filed by the women, marriages make it. The ones that don't make it, 8 out of 10 times, the woman is the one leaving. That means that the man leaves 1 and 4 times. It means that women leave at 4 times the rate the men do. And not for beating and cheating and the worst things in the Bible. But the top reason is lack of commitment, which essentially is another form of I'm not happy. So here you have women who will say instead, hey, we should get married before we have children, with men who want to start families and want to have children, and then not leave our marriages. They say instead, we should just take our ball and go home. We're not going to have any children. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. And I think that sucks for the ladies. I think it kind of sucks for the community. But men, they want to get married and start families when they want to settle down. And the women, if let's say it was a significant portion of the women that did this, which it isn't, right? Even the 4B West move or the 4B movement in Korea is, 55,000 women out of 26 million. So there's roughly 24 million Black women in America. So let's say 1 million or 2 of them decided that they wanted to 4B West. It would mean nothing because the men would just continue to pick wives from the women who don't feel they need to excommunicate themselves from the world of men to fix themselves or to whatever it is they think that they're going to accomplish by doing that. And not only that, you know, even if a meaningful percentage of the women did it, then the men would just marry women from other races because we reproduce Black babies no matter who we have sex with because Black genes are the most dominant genes. So it's not really a solution at all to anything. The solution is simple. Most times when you talk to women, they'll tell you, well, we think men should lead. Well, not all men are good leaders. I think me and the ladies can agree on that. Some of these guys, good portion of them, as a matter of fact, aren't fit to
Quick
lead a
question.
bag of
Basically,
Skittles.
you have conversations where women are saying they want the men to lead.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh
yeah.
shit, because I can't find them. But go ahead. Go ahead.
So check this out. Here's what you'll hear them say. Well, it depends on where he's leading me. He needs to be a good leader. You know, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
But women as a group haven't outdone their biology, and you can't negotiate genuine attraction in the biology of men and women. Looks for certain markers, and with women in general, they want a man that's taller. They want a man who's more productive than them, that works harder. They want a guy that they can look up to. They are looking for leadership qualities when they describe the type of man they are looking for. Now, our society has indoctrinated women, with our women in particular, to, even though they want men who have leadership qualities, to say that they want to lead themselves in the home. So I'm gonna pick a guy who's bigger, stronger, smarter, faster, more resources, more money. I'm gonna pick a guy who is assertive. If you can't tell me what to do, then you can't tell me what to do type of guy. And then I want to tame that man and tell him that I'm going to lead, or we're going to share, be partners, and you need to listen to me and do what I say too. And so I call it being an agent of chaos, because what you're asking for is in opposition to what you're looking for. So in any event, point is women reproducing is not the problem. Women reproducing with men who don't want children, don't want wives before you get married, which the marriage is a commitment to stay and help you raise the child. It's a commitment to establish a family. That's what a marriage is. It's the establishing of a family. So find somebody to do that with. That would be easier and more natural than I'm a heterosexual woman that's going to live the life of a nun because I don't want to be a single mother. I think that just do what the other communities are doing. Get married and don't leave because you think you can get something better, or you're not happy, and you put happiness over the family unit that you started. So I think that's the one of the things. Now, what I focus on myself is I focus on trying to build men. What I want to build them towards are guys who have integrity, men who code of honor, because I believe that when you strengthen men as a group, men decide they want to have families at some point. And not all men want to be George Clooney and now he's married though anyways, but you get the analogy, a guy that's a silver fox dating girls into their 40s and 50s. Most men, if you can teach them how to be stable, they'll want to share that stability and generosity with a single woman and start a family and have kids. And so when you give women money, they say, I got my own money, I don't need a man. When you give men money, men say, I want to start a family and I'm going to be generous with my wife and my children and support them. And that's what I want. If you give a guy enough money, then he'll get a woman and tell her she don't have to work. Now the problem is a lot of dudes don't have any discipline over their penis. And if you cheat on your wife, then you cheat on your kids. And a weak man is controlled by his libido. only the best version of a man is on the other side of some discipline over himself sexually, where he can be loyal in a relationship. And that's such a big thing for ladies, is to know they got a guy that isn't running the streets. So I think that if we work on that aspect with men and coach them towards marriage, then our community will improve. We need to develop marriage-minded men with integrity so that they can start families. Focusing and developing the women, I think that that's necessary, but I'm not the one to do it. I can tell a guy who not to date, who not to marry, but I can't really tell a woman how to be a woman. Tell you what men who want families don't want. I can tell you they don't want a woman who's been to a community bike, but I can't tell you how to be a woman. I can just tell you what husbands don't want. I can teach a man how to be a man. So that's what I focus on. I think as Black men, that's what we should be focused on, is empowering, educating men to move with integrity and teaching them about obligations that are tied to husband, father, mother, son, those primary roles that we all move through as men. That is my answer.
Okay, so Nisi, before you go, I don't mind. Try to keep the comments respectful. No ad hominems to basically, no ad hominems to the women on the panel. Keep the comments respectful, because I'm gonna just start blocking people. There is never going to be a full agreement in anything. Okay, so I'm asking, when y'all start responding to basically Black, or y'all start responding to the women, please be candid. Don't start throwing ad hominem shots. I ain't got time for that Black women versus Black men shit. I don't have time.
And I want to say one thing. So there was a lady where apparently what she heard is that I'm trying to promote Black men to marry non-Black women. I'm not. I said that even if Black women, there were some Black women in 4B, Black men would still marry the rest of Black women. And I also said, but what I did say is that if a significant portion of Black women decided to go 4B, meaning swear off men, then they would just date other races. Now, that isn't me encouraging men, that Black men, to not marry Black women. That is me saying that if you, as a group of women, decided you're not going to do anything with anybody, that men don't need to sit up and wait around until you decide to end punishment. They're not going to do that. Men are just going to start families with other women. And if to you, that means I'm encouraging Black men to marry non-Black women, then you think whatever you want to think. I'll land there.
Okay, so cool. Like I said, no ad hominem shots. People, please. Respectful. Civil conversation is what I meant, for the people who get mad that I said candid.
No, I'm not trying to argue with nobody, bro. I know I kind of stressed you out last time I was up here, so I'm gonna try to be as respectful as possible. Now, one thing I'll start off with saying, one thing that I agree with what basically said, is that men should focus on other men and bettering each other as men, figuring out what it is that they want for themselves, what their goals and things that they want. One thing I would disagree is that they should focus on just having wives and children. I disagree with that, because I feel like a lot of men in our community feel like that's the end all be all to our community, is having wives and children. And I find that to be problematic. Y'all are not thinking of a way to build a foundation for our community to build on. You're not thinking of ways to, have community gardens so we can eat, not how we can have housing, how we can have this. All you're thinking about is access to women. And it's really sad, because that's not what we should be focusing on as a community. This is why I said that women should stop focusing on having children and focusing on careers and basically getting their education, so that we can think of ways to build a foundation for our community instead of just thinking of being in relationships with men and women. One thing that he mentioned was that women divorce a lot. They're not leaving for no reason. No woman is leaving a marriage because everything is hunky-dory and he's such a great man and a great father. They're leaving because it's problematic. So women wouldn't be divorcing at these high rates if men were doing what they were supposed to do. If we have to separate to get men and women to do what they need to do, and I'm not just putting this on men and women, if we have to separate to do what we need to do, then that's what we need to do. And I can say personally, I took this journey 15 years ago. I haven't dated, I haven't been intimate, I haven't done any of that because simply I'm focusing on doing right for myself and building for myself and building for the people around me, my community. I take care of kids that aren't mine. I help women that aren't related to me. I help men that aren't related to me because I actually care about the community and not just having access to some men in my home and having children. I actually think about the people in the community. So when I say these things, I'm saying if we get to this point where we can kind of get right with ourselves, then we can be a part of the community. And then, hey, maybe you will find somebody that you're compatible with, that you can get married to and have a family with. But to start off with that right from bat and saying that women just need to get married, it's way more simpler than just saying get married and start a family. You have to be compatible. You can very well be a very great man. You can very well be a very great person. That does not mean that you're compatible with this woman just because y'all both want to get married and have a family. This is why people get divorced. And I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. I'm just saying we need to be focused on that. The reason why I've been able to hang on this long is because I have found peace with this life. I've found peace. It's very hard to disturb that peace once you finally become at peace. This is why a lot of women are opting out of having children. This is why a lot of women are becoming 4B, as you said. They're doing it because it's more peaceful, it's safer, and you feel more inclined, you feel more empowered to want to do stuff for your community because you're not being clouded by all of this rhetoric of being in a relationship and being a wife and having a family and having children. You're actually thinking about things that could help us progress as community, not just men having access to women. Because let's be real, y'all keep using these family ideologies and saying that men need to be in the home because all y'all are thinking about is access to that woman. Y'all are not thinking about these kids. Y'all are not thinking about how you're going to help these kids. You can even look at interviews of husbands living with their children. They don't know the schools they go to. They don't know their eye color. They don't know their teachers' names. They don't know their allergies. They don't know anything about them. But you're saying, oh, what we need is these nuclear families. No,
Right,
what we
I
need is
understand.
education. What we need is access to resources. It's not all about you being in the home with a woman and having children. It's not all.
So hold on, basic. 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I understand, but I really don't want this to turn into something that it shouldn't be. And I really want y'all again to try to be civil in this conversation. There's going to be a lot of things said, but please try to keep it respectful. And go ahead.
Yeah, I have no problem being respectful. She voiced her ideas, and her ideas are that Black people are going to all become celibate, and they're not going to start families, and they're not going to have children. And I'm going to tell you, Nisi, I think it's unrealistic. I understand that you were able to accomplish it at some point in your life. I think it's an unrealistic thing for a community of people to become celibate. And I think it's a destructive thing to the community. Now, for me, I heard your idea that the reason Black men or men, period, want to start families is because they want access to women, sex, not because they actually care about their children, because they don't know who the family doctor is or something of that nature. Where this is the example you pointed out. You know, I'm not going to push back on any of those ideas. I personally don't. I don't think that you're right. You know, I'm a father, and the most meaningful thing I've ever done in my life is be a dad.
So basically, I'm gonna let you continue. I don't mean to interject. There was some studies being done that said when it comes to
back on some of that stuff?
But 1 second, there was some studies that were done where it basically said like the father doesn't particularly know like if the child has an
Yeah, I saw the
allergy,
studies.
school, all that stuff.
Yeah,
So,
I saw the studies. I don't have I didn't even bother to push back against that. There was also a study done in 2022 that showed that black men were the most involved fathers in the country. That they change more diapers, that they eat children with their kids more often, that they put their kids to bed, they read with their kids more often. So I understand that, you know, Niecy has her opinion, and I heard her ideas, and they're her ideas. Her problem, or her goal rather, is that she needs to convince men and women to be abstinent. And I wish you the very best of luck with that. I personally believe that the basic building block of a community is a family, not food gardens. I think the food gardens come after the family. I think the support. Yeah, I think the support for the children comes from what we see every other single community doing. We don't need to remake the wheel. It's already a natural process where men and women get together, and the best thing for the child is for both the parents to cooperate in the raising of the child. And I just think that if you are a man and you think the most meaningful thing you can do with your life is love a good woman and start a family and take care of your children, you need to pick women who have the same value system. If the value system of the woman is anti-family, or, you know, everybody, all of this stuff, that you know, men as a group don't care about their kids, and they have a bad faith assumption about men in general, then I don't think those are women that are good for starting families with. So the advice I give to guys is, hey, we got to focus on building character within ourselves, developing a code of honor, and then choosing women who want to be wives, and then working with those women. Because the basic building block of a community is a family. It's not women running around with multiple kids by multiple men, and then men just stepping in and showing up as mentors to children that aren't theirs. That's obviously not ideal. But I see a lot of women who are, and I'm not saying Niecy is, I don't know anything about Niecy, so I'm not saying you are. But I'll see women who are single mothers who push this idea of communal living, because they individually typically have troubles getting along with men. They haven't been able to pick good men. They don't have good men in their lives. They don't have relationships with good men. And so because of that, they've just figured out the problem isn't internal. The problem is all men. Half of the planet is the problem, not me. And so what we should do instead is just make it where women have support to take care of children, even though obviously fatherlessness is, you look at the data pertaining to it and how these kids compete, participate, and perform in the world with being fatherless. They end up in a lot of tough situations. They end up filling up the prisons. They end up in the mental institutions. They don't graduate from high school. They end up addicted to drugs. They end up addicted to alcohol. And what I'll hear women say, believe it or not, it's probably going to blow your mind, controversial, but I'll hear women say that that's just because the woman isn't making enough money. If she was making $6,000 a month instead of $3,000 a month, then that erases the need for a dad. All you got to do is have male influence. Have a couple of coaches, maybe a brother that comes by, plays video games with the kid, right? An uncle, something like that. And now all of a sudden, abracadabra poof, the mom makes more money, the kids got male influences. Boom, you don't need a dad anymore. I'm going to tell you, man, young men need another man to take an interest in developing them. That's what young men need. Young men need mentorship. They need somebody who takes a specific interest in developing them and socializing them for manhood, because a lot of responsibility comes along with manhood. A lot. And it isn't something you can pick up from a couple of staying after practice with your coach a couple of times. And, you know, you play football and you had a coach, and your uncle comes by and plays video games with you. That's not how you become a man, ladies. And no matter how much money you make as women, I'm very sorry to tell you, it's never going to teach your sons to be men. That's not how that works. You can't get around the fact that if you want to have children, you need to get married, because you need to get a guy that's going to be committed to helping you raise the child. And if you don't want to do that, then don't reproduce. It's that simple.
So CB, give me 1 sec. Adair, I'm sorry. How you
Okay.
say your name one more time?
Adair, like truth and Adair, like
Ad-
truth, Adair.
Bet.
Okay, so
Adair.
cool beans. I just got a couple bullet points and I'm gonna move fast. All right. So to address the 80% divorce rate you said is normally filed by women. I work around men. I'm around men majority of the time. I have 8 brothers. And I can firstly say that 8 men raised in the same house turned out 8 totally different ways. So no 2 men are the same. I want to say this, that listening to some guys said that they would sometimes force women's hand at filing for divorce. What some men will do is start coming home late, stop contributing to the bills at the home, start being angry when they come home, and things of that nature will make her eventually be like, you know what, I'm finna divorce you. They be like, great, because some men aren't ready to take some men don't even fill out paperwork. So they're not gonna go find a lawyer, fill out paperwork and pay the fees. They want that woman to do that. So that's one thing with that. The next thing I was gonna say is um we talk about we talk about women who become single moms, no matter how they become a single mom, widow, they chose the wrong guy, whatever. But we have to think about these are the women that we are relying on to provide our future generation with some type of emotional support. And a lot of these women's, their bucket is empty because there's nobody giving them a hug, no one showing them genuine affection. Every day they get on social media, they are being labeled the scum of the earth. They very rarely have genuine friendships and genuine male relationships. And so you got these women that are not getting any type of things poured into them, and we're expecting them to have enough to pour into the youth of the generation since they're the main ones raising the kids of the next generation. But then yet you did say, Mr. Basically, that well, these guys need more than mentors. They need somebody in the home. But yet and still, these same kids you don't feel like should get get stepfathers. So that's kind of confusing sometimes when men say that these boys need fathers, but then there aren't any fathers because as a mortician, sometimes I see kids lose great dads at 2 years old, and it hurts me because I know that they're never gonna get an opportunity. Sometimes it's very rare that they're gonna get an opportunity to get a dad to love them like he did. Or some daughters, they lose a dad so young, and to be a daddy's girl and to not now being able to get a truthful, genuine hug from another guy because my mama, you're not my real dad, so I'm gonna make sure you're not touching on my daughter. Some kids lose affection at very young ages. So we have some people running around here that just have a lack of love. And I really hate that. I really wish that was something that we could fix as a community, just to love on our kids because these kids are lacking love because the mama are lacking love and we're just passing down dry, empty cups. All right, and I have one other point and I'm gonna be done. The young lady Nisa said that sometimes it's safer to be single, and once again, as a mortician, I am kind of seeing that it's safer to be single. Even sometimes, even with your own husbands, I know women that are married that find out that they're pregnant, and then the husband just things happen, and we burying them that Saturday. So there are a lot of different things, and this is my very, very, very last point. We really got to move the stigma of the Pookies and the Ray Rays as if they're not good fathers. Because I've seen some men in the hood that pick their kids up from school and they are great fathers. And working in corporate America, I've seen some of the guys that work with us make over $100,000 and they're horrible fathers. They're not even in their kids' lives and they feel like they just rather pay than to parent. And those are my last points. Thank you for listening.
CB, you were next.
I just wanted to say, man, can we stop painting these narratives about black men? Okay. First off, can we stop using our personal experiences as far as what we experience in our own lives to project on all black men? That's why I see a lot of people doing these conversations. Like when we bring up statistics, and let's just say I bring up a statistic about police brutality, right? You know what I'm saying? And we know the arguments that people would argue that side would give us. What I'm hearing when we bring up black men is those same type of argument points. And then we sit here and tie our personal experiences like a whole bunch of black men out here doing what they're supposed to be doing. Let's say if 54% of black men do not have kids, if 33% of black men are married, you know what I'm saying? What is that telling us? You know what I'm saying? If 61% of women have kids, though, only 27% of them are married. What is this telling us? But see, it's easier just to point the things to men, right? Because basically, Black Jesus said that not Black Jesus, but Black Jesus was going off, I believe, Nisi, but he said that everybody was going to people should pick up abstinence. By the numbers, it would say that Black men picked up abstinence. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could just be an ignorant muff and don't know nothing. But say that could be the case. But you know what I'm saying, I think I'm very confident, and I think I can read very well. You know what I'm saying? We can't read these things and say that Black men are the best of all out of all fathers, but it's just somehow it's this narrative that Black men always are these bad fathers and this shit like that.
So
it's amazing how we talk about these Pookie and Ray Rays, right? You know what I'm saying? But we know that these are the dudes that a lot of women try to get impregnated with child. You know what I'm saying? My father happened to be the Pookie of the time, so I should know. You know what I'm saying? And then we try to paint them as good fathers while painting a man that makes 100K as a bad father, because you might be seeing one example of a man that made a lot of money not being that good of a person. But you know what I'm saying? We have a plethora of what we call Pookie and Ray Rays that don't, you know, what they're supposed to do. You know, I mean, the thing is, this is my point. Women never, this whole time I've been sitting here listening, I haven't heard not one woman take accountability for their end of nothing. You know what I'm saying? People talking about some women that out here getting hugs. Sad truth is, nobody owes you a damn thing.
CB,
no one owes you a hug.
CB.
Yeah.
Where? Hold on. Quick question. What the fuck are they supposed to take accountability for on the law? Because we talking about community based. Everybody's making general statements. So how?
Hold on. Ask your question again. You asking an important question.
Everybody is making general like everybody's speaking in generality. Basically, Adair, Nisi. So when you said you haven't heard not one woman take account, how the hell is anybody supposed to take accountability on here about anything? Because this ain't the accountability law. This is a Black solution law. So what were they supposed to take accountability for?
Hold on. I heard Black Jesus talking about what men need to take accountability on. And
he said. But okay, and Nisi gave her own.
But okay, and that's what I'm saying. But all of it pointed in the direction of blaming men. It was nothing that
No,
was
I didn't. Shannon, didn't I?
Hold on, wait, Nisi, wait, Nisi, just wait a second.
You know what I'm saying? Like I listened pretty well. The last two females went up. They I didn't hear not one person saying that, hey, ladies, we are out here having babies. And we don't, and we're not having babies.
You refer to us as ladies.
No, but wait, Shauna, just I get. Please say
hold
women.
On. So there's a problem me calling women ladies now. I'm done. You know what? Y'all got it. You
See,
good.
wait, what are you mad for?
I'm done. If she's about to argue,
I think. Okay, so Phoebe, wait. I understand what it was coming. Forget the ladies' word. I think what she meant to say was females. There's a whole argument whether women should be called females or not. But okay. So listen. Wait, Nisi. Hold on. Wait a minute, Nisi. Usually in these conversations, fam, the words men and women get used. On a lot of panels, I see this argument all the time where women will say men, they want to be called women. They don't want to be associated with their simply freaking biology. It's fine. For that sake of the argument, just keep it right there. But again, when you said that the women didn't take accountability, let's just run with it. When we talk about the sake of accountability, her saying don't have children and focus on yourself, that was a form of accountability, whether you like it or not.
But if you're going to talk about community, what builds a community? What makes a community, sir?
Mother, father, children.
Now, that woman, you just said that. That woman just said, do not do that.
No.
But y'all say the same. Y'all
specifically said focus on something that already
Hold on,
here.
hold on, no,
Why
no,
are
no,
we
no,
wanting to
no,
bring more
He
children
not, he not
here
listening.
for y'all
Oh,
blaming
wait, wait,
on
wait.
us for
See,
bringing
here
them
y'all
here?
go.
That makes no
Here
I
y'all
did
sense.
not
go.
cut you off.
Here
I
y'all
did
go.
not cut you off, ma'am, while you was
Here
speaking.
y'all go.
No, but you're not going to
I let
misconstrue
you,
my
I let you, I'm
words
not
either.
listening. That's what you said, shorty.
No, I said focus on the children that are already here and stop having more children. I stand by that. I don't disagree with what I
Focus
said.
on the children. Hold up. So you want men to focus on other people's children?
You just have to, your challenge, I understand your concept. Your challenge is just trying to get men and women to be abstinent. I wish you the very best of luck with that.
That's not what I said. You can
Okay.
have children and have with all the relations you want to have, sir. That is not what I said.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I thought when you, I misunderstood you when what I heard, and I want you to correct me.
Black Jesus, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
What I said, was that pretty much a synopsis of what she said, what I said earlier, sir? Am I the one, am I being
Well, hold on.
delusional?
Yeah, so hold on, Mr. Real.
Yes.
What I believe in is this: if she's saying she didn't say it, then I'll accept her clarification. That is what I heard too. That's what I heard too. But Nisi, if you can clarify what you meant when you said that women should stop having children and they go off on their own, and that we should focus on making gardens and focus on community building, and the children are already here. What did you mean by that? Can you clarify for us?
I meant exactly that. I meant we should focus on the children that are already here. We should not be bringing more children into this world. Y'all just said, both of y'all just said, y'all are having all of these babies. And so wouldn't it make sense to hold ourselves accountable and not have all these babies? Y'all just said that.
Well, yeah, that is one solution, Nisi. Hold on, Nisi, that's one solution. And the other solution is to just find a man who wants to marry and establish a family.
No.
All right. I hate it. Yep. Nope. I am not taking my goddamn panel this way, fam. Listen, y'all can't be talking over each other. So there is not, ain't nobody throwing no temper tantrum tonight. I'm not dealing with it. We gonna be grown ass men and grown ass women. Who the hell was speaking first? Because I didn't lost. Basically, say your point. Let Nisi respond after you.
Yes, sir.
Let me just clarify.
No, I was speaking, Nisi.
Because it was about what I said. Hold on.
No,
Nisi, please let basically finish.
Seriously, Shannon, you made me a moderator for a reason.
But that's fine.
Okay.
Just let him finish.
I'm a moderator. I'm a moderator on this panel, y'all.
Oh my Lord.
All I was trying to say was that, okay, I agree with the men in the sense that we shouldn't be having babies with just anybody. We shouldn't be just sleeping with everybody. So let's stop doing that. Focus on the children that are here. No, we should not be focusing on having access to men. We should not be focusing on that. We should be focusing on building a foundation for our community. That's why I brought up the gardens and grocery stores and stuff, because that is something that will actually fit us as a community. Not me being with a man. That does not benefit the community. Me having a husband does not benefit the community. It does not.
I disagree.
Wait. Basically, what's next?
Yeah.
Please.
So I understand what you said, Nisi. They shouldn't focus on access to each other. What that equals in my head is that men and women need to be abstinent so they can build gardens and grocery stores. And I'm just telling you, there's about 100 million years of evolution that human beings are going to fight against to bring into reality what you're talking about. And I think it's a losing battle. There's 8 billion people on a planet. There's even people being born in Antarctica, in the tundra. There are people being born in Africa, in places where they don't have access to water. Because no matter what, human beings are going to reproduce. They're going to eat, sleep, shit, and screw. That is the human nature. Now, the question is, how do we do it healthily? Just because we're going to eat doesn't mean we need to live off of Twinkies, right? There's a healthy way to eat. Just because we need to poop doesn't mean we got to wipe it on the walls. There's a place to do it. Just because we need to screw doesn't mean we need to screw everything and everybody. There's a healthy way for our sexual energy to be made manifest. And that's between somebody who's committed to trying to be with you. So I understand what it is that you're saying. I just think that it is chaotic against the nature of human beings. And what you're asking for is a group of people right now, Black people in particular, who are showing the least self-control to flip from that to all becoming monks and nuns. And I just think that's an unrealistic and ridiculous approach. Now, maybe that's a good approach for you, but I don't think it's going to work for 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 25-year-old boys, girls, young men, and young women. That's the only thing I'm pointing out to you.
So let me ask a question to everybody. Because I said other solutions that were outside of just men and women coming together. Do y'all think the first solution starts with family?
Yes.
Okay.
It starts with family and foundation. The first solution is building a team, and your team should be your family. It should be your safe place. It should be your trampoline where you can always go and regroup and then go back out in the world and try different things. That's why I was saying I believe in polygamy and I believe in having family compounds. Going back to what you were saying, Shannon, how we need to come together and have our own areas and police ourselves. We need to be in a space where we can police ourselves, because the worst thing that happened with us when we try to do integration, because when we were segregated, we were able to police ourselves. We were able to build in our own community. We were able to mentor and be a village. But now that we're so scattered and we're not safe when we get scattered, is that we're all operating a level of survivalness. So we need family. We need solid figures. We need safe spaces to be our authentic self and to figure out who we are without a camera or us being recorded on social media until we understand who we are. And this is who I am. Now let me present myself to the world.
So why? Okay, so again, we fought. I'm not even about to do that whole black men versus black community fought together to be in cahoots with the white man.
We did.
They're gonna give me the napkin community. So with that being said, we can't reverse it. Now we have the sense. We're not dumb. We're not the monkeys that they used to call us, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have enough sense to say, hey, robbing my brother is wrong. Selling drugs to my own community is wrong. Letting gang members run our communities is wrong. We have enough sense to do that, and we have enough sense to go out and remove those who are trashed out of our community, but yet we don't do it. So why is it that I don't understand how that's not a viable solution to actually go forth and do, especially with I'm gonna bring it back to the men. I think that's something men should be striving for. I understand the importance of family, but like, we have healthy families. We don't particularly we don't particularly pull them up and put them on a pedestal, right? Because we keep focusing on the freaking woman that got 10 kids.
Yeah, because we have classy women and we don't put them on pedestals. We don't barely show them any attention sometimes. So
that's what I'm saying. So we in this situation and we have enough sense. We're not stupid. So I don't. Are there any?
We are brilliant, but on our measures. I mean, like, we are brilliant. Anything that Black people touch, it turns to gold. We just came up with a dope counting song. We was counting from 1 to 8 and back from 8 to 1, and it turned out to be magical. Everything Black people touch turns to gold. But anything that, if I know that if anything this person I'm connected to can turn to gold, that's why other races are constantly trying to connect with us so that they can feed off of that energy. It's naturally in us.
Well, I'm over here like, okay. I get the importance of family. I'm not gonna argue that, right? I'm married. I don't have any kids out of wedlock. My wife didn't have any kids out of wedlock. It wasn't hard to find a good fucking one. I just believe that a lot of men make poor decisions in their vetting process. You mess with a woman that was OnlyFans. You mess with a 304, whatever you want to call it. You got that's on you. Same thing with the woman. You knew he was trash.
You know what you're getting.
A lot of dudes. I mean, a lot of women knew that guy was trash, and because of the edge that a bad boy has, they went and laid down with. You got what you get. You deserve what you deserve. So with that being said, I'm when I say community solutions, I'm more focused on like the outside factor. I don't know if y'all the outside factor of things that's going on, right? Crime. The other colored people, napkin community coming in, taking our local neighborhood stores, the freaking drugstore always close to the hood, like that shit wasn't planned out. Stuff like that.
Right. So that's why we got to build our own communities.
We have our communities were already built.
They were already built, but let me just tell you, here in Atlanta, Georgia, you have our communities that were built, that they're now ran down, and we have people that's coming in and they're building these immaculate homes. They're buying this property for a little or nothing, building immaculate homes, and they're raising the property tax. So the people that was in the communities, they no longer can afford their homes. So then they get their homeboy to buy your property and build another mansion. So they're gonna take over those prime real estate. That's why we gotta isolate ourselves. And I know people talk about Boosie a lot, but Boosie really is doing a great thing. He's isolating his family and he's building his own community. And that's what we should do. And that's when the farming comes into play. That's when polygamy comes into play. That's when we come together and we say, look, we got to start this thing over. We need to have a meal of the black people. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. It's time to get to the kitchen table and focus on the thing that's going to help us really advance. Because we are really need to go back to shame. I heard a song today. A girl was talking about F the plan B because she gonna keep the baby
we're not. You're talking about Cash something. Her name is Cash something. But hold
I
on.
don't know, but that song blew my mind.
Yeah.
Because I cannot believe we get on the internet and this is what we present to the United States of America on the World Wide Web.
Absolutely ridiculous. Basically, I know you were talking. Let me let Shauna speak real quick. Shauna, and then I'm gonna let the woman up top, L.A. or La Princess. I can't read your whole name.
Yeah, no rush, man. I'm listening to the sisters, brother.
Okay. Shauna, go ahead.
Okay, so I believe that there needs to be some changes in the laws. A lot of people aren't educated on how the systems work to keep us pressed, to keep our families away. It's I think I was telling you about it the other night, Shannon, when I said, like, if you go on the .gov website, you look up the archives, like they actually have like a science on how to divide
The black family.
the black families' homes. Like they have like all these different psychological studies of different things that they put in place to inevitably stop us. It goes down to the political sciences of how to get the black communities to divide so that their votes don't matter. Like it's really, when you read it, it's really disgusting. It kind of actually made me sick to my stomach because they took the time to study us to the point on how to attack our families. And so I think that until we're able to acknowledge that it is a system, because even though we know that it's a system, but we have to figure out how to defeat that system so that we can get that system to stop attacking our children in their education, attacking our women in the medical, actually even the men, just period, attacking us medically. I can't say that like they're doing that so much financially because we are rising so much on the men and the women's side. I do feel like the redlining in the black communities. I'm from a very small town and I do live in the suburbs now of a city. But like even for me to see like the redlining for me to have went somewhere and like, 2 or 3 years later, it's like, oh, and then, like the tax things that they're doing to be able to like increase the taxes so high that those families do have the issues with paying the property taxes and things like that. Those are things that we need to start advocating for. And a lot of times I work with different organizations and things like that. And a lot of times it is a lot of us black women there. There'll be a few men groups. There'll be a few of the union. There'll be a few different, black men's organizations, but it's not by the masses. And so it's hard to get change in the community. Just because I don't know what's going on, but it is very sad to see the community not really come out to try to make the change in that part, because if we were to stand together on some of those things, like how does a city that has predominantly Black children in those schools not have accreditation? What's going on? Like, why aren't these children getting the education that they need, getting the safety that they're at these schools? Why aren't they getting the proper testing, get the assistance that they need? Why aren't they being challenged in the school system? So until there's the conversation about all those things, because I'm not about to argue with y'all about why women do this, why men like that's such bullshit. Until we start really tackling those issues, y'all need to stop arguing with each other and really argue the issue. Because if we stop focusing on the interpersonal relationships that we're having with each other and the interpersonal problems, and we actually start to attack the ones that are attacking our communities, there's never going to be a resolve. We're focusing too much on arguing with each other instead of fighting the true problem. That's how I feel about it, honestly.
Okay.
Amen.
I understand. Yeah, that was good. Definitely. LA. Ma'am, how you say your name?
Hello, Princessa.
Huh?
Hello, Princessa.
The princess. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. But so I really came up for someone earlier. They said about a study about Black fathers being the most involved. So if we're talking about Black community solutions, I think the first thing we have to do is be able to identify and acknowledge the problems. Like, you have to be able to name them. And I know you said this is an accountability live, but if you want to come up with solutions, you have to be able to be open-minded and take accountability for your part and not always just blaming one side. So for the most involved fathers thing, I want y'all to understand that study is about Black men who live with their children. This isn't speaking for the entire race of Black men in America. So I know that it's weaponized a lot when someone tries to, rather it's like their own experience or whatever, which is fine, but like, that is talking about Black men who live with their children. That's not speaking for the entire Black male race in America who have children. If most households are led by single mothers and upwards of 40% of Black children don't know who their dad is, how is it possible that you are the most involved fathers? And that's not to bash you, because I wish that wasn't true. I can imagine life without my dad because I grew up in a traditional household, but like, I feel like you can't come up with a solution to something that you feel like isn't true. Like, it won't work.
Well,
So you have
to be fair, did it? Okay, I'm not even gonna put up that stuff. Did it negate the fact of what they did, even if
No,
it's
I
only
think that-
going for the ones that's?
I think that's a great thing, but I just see that it's weaponized a lot in conversation. And I feel like, that's still a problem in the Black community. You can't weaponize a study that didn't have to do with most of y'all. Like, the study consisted of 3,000 people that was officially accounted for. Like, y'all are using studies that you quite frankly don't understand because y'all are reading headlines.
So I don't think
No,
that there was.
read-
I don't think
I
that
read
there
the
was a.
study, and yeah, I read the study, and obviously, if it's talking about the level of involvement of the father, then it's only going to talk about fathers who are involved. So I think that's innate and intrinsic to the study. I think where this comes apart, and this is probably where you and I will disagree, is so guys like me, right? We believe that a small percentage of men are responsible for the majority of these children that are outside of wedlock. So let's say you have one guy and he makes babies with 10 women. If you talk to those 10 women individually, then you won't know it's one guy. You'll think that there's 10 men, for a man for each one of those homes that started, got a woman pregnant and then ran off. So when you look at the numbers and you look at the women and you look at fatherlessness, that's what you see.
Wait! Don't
Let me finish the idea.
Give me
I know
one
you're not
second.
going to agree with it. I'm telling you how I can reconcile this in my mind. I understand that you think it's closer to a 1-to-1, that all the households have one man who are responsible for the fatherlessness in it. But I'm telling you that the numbers don't show that. That's why you have one guy with 20 baby mamas, one guy with 16 baby mamas, one guy with 55 baby mamas. They had 3 guys on stage with Iyanla Vanzant. They had 46 baby mamas between them and 86 children. So that was 3 guys. So you got guys like Future and Nick Cannon. They got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 baby mamas. If you were to take an island, this is kind of the best way to visualize the idea. And you don't have to agree with this, but I'm just explaining it to you so you can see how men who don't think what you think, how they're still sane and they have a different idea than you. If you were to put 100 women on an island with one man and you came back a year later, there would be another 100 people on that island. Because that one man can impregnate all 100 of those women. But if you were to take 100 men and put them on an island with one woman, then there would only be one new person a year. So when our women are talking about fatherlessness, they're talking about fatherless homes. They aren't really looking at the fact that this doesn't constitute a majority of Black men. The majority of Black men are not having children outside of wedlock with women they don't marry. They're not doing it. Half of the men don't even have children at all. So, and what I hear when I tell women that is they'll say, well, there's guys who are unreported because the women don't know who the father is, or and some nonsense like that. I get it. That is a percentage of it, but that doesn't account for what we're seeing. We got 72 out of 100 kids being born outside of wedlock in our community. So that's how you can have still the number one fathers and still have a fatherless problem in the community, because a third of the Black men are getting married, having kids, and a good portion of them are being good dads. And then about 15 to 18 out of 100 of them are responsible for 90% of the out of wedlock childbirth. 90% by 15 to 18 men. Now that sounds crazy, but I want you to think about high school. When you were in high school, controversial, I'll ask you this question. When you were in high school, there were a handful of guys that all the girls wanted, and the vast majority were invisible. You think that got better or worse when you take people out of the control environment where they're isolated around each other in high school? You look at the dating apps. The dating apps show the exact same thing. They pull data down from the dating apps. And the dating apps show that about 3 to 5% of the men get swiped on. That means 97 to 95% of the men, no woman likes them at all ever. So what we see, and when we talk to women, what do they talk about? They say, I want a guy who's this tall, who makes this money. They describe a small percentage of men. So every single way that you look at this shows that women are interested in a small percentage of men. Now, I don't blame you ladies for that, but it does say something about this scenario that you shouldn't just ignore because it takes accountability or responsibility off of men. For the men who have children they don't parent and provide for, you and I are in 100% agreement. A man who does that is immoral. He is wrong. I think low of a man who has children outside of marriage and then doesn't parent, provide for those children, or do anything to support that home that those kids are in. I think those men are bad guys. I make no excuses for them. I got worse names for them than you do. Okay? But I'm not going to act like it's a majority of the men when the data that is available says that's simply not true. So we got to stop saying it, or you got to produce some data that says that it is true. But you can't just say that it is true because you're trying to do a one-to-one with every woman that has a child by a man. Some of these guys got 10, 15, 20 baby mamas.
How
It's not a
likely?
one-to-one.
Like I feel like this is just another example of misrepresenting a study because 80% of Black men have children between the ages of 40 and 49. Most of y'all will end up having children. So what do you mean 54% of y'all don't have kids? Are you talking about a specific age group?
No. I'm talking about Black men as a whole, and not all
That's
Black
not
men.
true because you can't group it as a whole because 80% of y'all that are between the ages of 40 and 49 have children.
What percentage of Black men between the ages of 40 and 49?
It's 80%.
No. What percentage of Black men, right? There's about 19.9 million Black men in America. What percentage of them are
The
between
point
40
is,
and
you're
49?
no. I just think you're so.
Do you see the?
misunderstanding.
Do
The
you,
point. Listen.
well, let's not argue about it.
No,
Well,
I'm not arguing. I'm just trying.
all right. Well, you finish your idea. I'll mute up and then I'll clarify my position. Go ahead.
Wait, so
By
wait.
the age
Go
of
ahead.
40, most of y'all will have children. Like, although y'all don't have some now, most people, like the Black community, aren't having kids as often altogether in general. So it's like, how can you? I just don't understand. How can you say that only 20% of Black men are responsible for all of these children in the community? I feel like that's just.
I didn't say that.
Doesn't make any sense.
Miss
Because
Princess.
if you're not accounted
didn't
for,
say
you're not
that.
accounted for.
Well, Miss Princess, I didn't say that. I said that of the of fatherless children, right? Children that are born outside of wedlock, that about 18% of the men are responsible for 90% of those children. That isn't all the children. About 28% of our children are born inside of marriages. Now, the thing that I wanted to say to you about this is, so the way that I look at that study, right? And I've done a whole video breaking down the study you're talking about, and I show supporting data to show how the stratification of age is across Black people, Black men and Black women. Okay, so not all Black men are between the ages of 40 and 45. Now, not all Black men are going to reach the age of 40 to 45. So to say that 80% of y'all are going to have kids at some point does not mean that 80% of Black men have children. Those are two different statements. And for somebody who said that I can't read the data,
No.
well, hold on, let's not argue about it. I listened to you. For somebody who said I can't read the data, you don't seem to understand. Hold on. Do you want to speak or are you going to let me finish? If you're going to speak, I'll be quiet. And then when it's my turn, tell me when I can finish. Okay, thank you. That is an incredibly important distinction that out of 100 Black men who are alive right now, that half of them don't have kids. Now, the fact that one day a portion of them that live to the age of 40 or 45, they will have kids, that is a different answer to a different question. The thing we're talking about is that if you take Black men right now, half of them don't have kids. And what happens when I talk to the ladies about this study is they think what the study is telling them is that 80% of Black men are going to have kids. And that's just not true. It's not. If you take a look at Black men between the ages of 18 to, I believe that study is like 50. I can pull it up because I still got pictures of it because I did a breakdown and drew all over the study and all of that on my page. Like, this is something I went into specifically. Half of Black men just don't have kids. And you can't act like we do just so we can make a 1-for-1 with the women so that it can be an equal issue. It's not an equal issue. There's a small percentage of men that women are sleeping and having kids with. That's what's happening. That's why you got one dude with 9 baby mamas. That's why that's happening. And you can't just explain it away.
Wow. That was nice. I wanted to.
No, it wasn't.
I wanted to kind of comment on what Shauna Nicole was saying about some of the things that we could do to in our communities to help our students be better. And I want to say 2 things. I went to school to be an educator. All my life I wanted to be a teacher. And I realized teachers really don't make any money. Like, my check was $1,416.93 a month. And I went to a 4-year university. And I want to say this, though. We need to go into our schools and really find out some of the things that are going on, because sometimes a lot of parents be so busy working that they overlook a lot of the things that's kind of being tunneled and fed to your kids throughout the day. And I'm just going to say that as a former teacher. Also, I'm going to say that we need to kind of think about the structures of the schools that we are sending our kids to. Some of us be off the rip just quick to send our kids to like public schools, but let's look into some other studies such as Montessori schools. Those schools.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Do you know what FAPE is?
Who?
FAPE.
Faith? Like faith and faith?
FAPE. FAPE. FAPE.
I don't know what that program is, no.
That it's not a program. It's a federal law that every child is entitled to a public free education.
Yeah, they can be
So
in private
instead of
schools.
so hold on. So instead of adding another layer, adding another bill to these families, we need to enforce the laws on our schools to make sure our children get their education.
Facts.
if
But
they're
until
not
we can
getting-
change the
but
law.
no. It's not a change in the law. It's holding the school accountable for the law.
Right.
See, that's the thing. That's the
I
thing.
get holding the school
Hold on.
accountable.
No. This is something I work with. Okay. So I'm one of the parents that if a child is not getting what they're supposed to be getting, I call and file the complaint. You know how many complaints I've actually won against the school systems, the school districts? I live in a predominantly white area. I filed a claim and the state had to come in, and there's changes that have been made multiple times. This is what I'm talking about. Us educating ourselves on the laws.
Well, and
We
ma'am,
don't
and
have
I'm
to take our
A-okay.
children out of those schools. We need to make the schools do what they're paid to do.
But I'm not talking about the school.
make your point.
themselves.
I hear your
I
point.
am talking about the types of school, the educational programs.
It doesn't
the
matter
public
what
schools
type of
and
school
Montessori
it
schools.
is. It
Right.
doesn't matter.
So wait,
The thing is that you
wait a
have to
second.
hold
Wait a
the
second.
school accountable to do what they're supposed to do.
And I'm okay with that. But
So-
I'm also talking about the structuring of the schools. I think that what we need to do is venture our kids into other learning programs, such as like
It
Montessori.
doesn't matter what learning program it is, ma'am. If they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, they're not going to do it. And a lot of the Montessori programs, they have such a long waiting list that the kids cannot get
But
into.
they don't. But
This
they
is
don't.
something that I do. I'm an education advocate. I work in these programs.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm an educator as well. And I also create curriculums. So I am
I'm
totally.
not an educator. I'm an educator advocate.
I'm sorry. Well, I am an
That's the
educator.
difference.
I'm a licensed educator, and I'm also.
Well, you're a lot of things. You are telling you now. You are a lot of.
I am, girl.
Wait, one second.
One thing
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna tell you, it's very confusing if you are an educator and you don't know what the federal law of faith is. That
What was
is
the
very
point of
confusing.
my conversation?
Wait a minute, y'all, cause y'all gotta chill, take a chill pill. Basically, what was that first study you pulled up? Because I believe that even by men like the Amazing Lucas debunked that 20% of men having intercourse with, I mean, having kids with majority of the women. But I want to look into it for myself.
Yeah, no problem. So I used two different studies. This one's from both of them are from, one of them's from the CDC. This is the one from the CDC. And then the other one is a peer review Pew study. So this one here
Pew
just
Research-
shows
Pew
the
Research Center?
stratification of men who have children at certain ages. So, imagine it this way. Imagine you took 100 black men. All of them would not be the same age. They would fall into different age groups. And so this just shows those different age groups and how many of them have children. So this is the first study and this is the one the ladies use to say that 80% of black men have children, because when a lot of them read this study, they see that between the ages of 40 and 49, that 80% of those men had children in that study. But imagine you got 100 men together, right? Some of them are between this age and that age, some of them between this age and that age. You got different amounts in different groups. And the larger groups of people are at the bottom. They're at the younger ages. And that's what I use the second one to show. So if you want to, you can put me on the large screen and I can show you the other study as well. Or if you want to reach out to me privately, I can send you the video that does a breakdown on it. Then you can scrutinize it for yourself.
I'm gonna send you a DM. I already requested a follow. I'll send you a DM and I'll get that information.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you as well, and I'll show you. And if you got better data, then that's fine. Now, this one here is the other study that I showed. And it's a peer-reviewed Pew research study, and this one shows the stratification of ages of black men. What percentages of black men exist in those age groups? And what you'll see is that the lower age groups, obviously, there's more black men. There's more men. Period. Always. Obviously, because you have to be young first to get old, and not everybody gets the privilege of getting old. So when you get to 40 or 49, you're talking about a much smaller percentage of black men that make it to that group than men that are between the ages of 18 and 30, right? because it's you got the longer you live, the more chance you have of dying, and the less folks that there are in those age groups. So this shows a stratification of the ages, and I wrote out the percentages that were tied to the other study onto this one so that they could see how it is that people come up with the 54% are single and childless number.
Well, there was some math that was involved that was broken down by several men in the red pill. But I think I'll go back and look because I don't want to spread misinformation.
Yeah,
I'll go back and do
if
my.
you've got something, yeah, if you got something that's good that you want, that you think is better data than this, then I'd be happy to see it because I care more about what's right
Yeah,
than anything else.
same here, and that's why I'm. That's
So I
why.
don't
That's
wanna
why I
say
went.
something that's going to be wrong.
But that's why I say like I would rather reach out to you privately. I do the research and then we come together and say, hey, I think you're wrong on this because of X, Y, and Z instead of just hey,
Well,
kumbaya.
Shannon, I can tell you right now.
I got no problems with that.
With the data that he had put up just now, which was accurate data about when men becomes fathers. I don't think a lot of men pay attention to that. But these men literally were up here saying how these men have children with, like, they have 80 kids and 50 kids with all these different women. One thing that I know for sure is that a lot of older men will stake out schoolgirls, follow them home. I was a girl that was followed home from school. Luckily, I was able to get away from that type of stuff. But they do this stuff when that guy was up here talking about he knew a girl who was 12 years old that had 2 kids. These older men stalk these younger girls, and they get with them. They get groomed and taken advantage of, and they were putting it on the little girls to most of them. They were fast or whatever like that, but they were children being taken advantage of men. This is why a lot of the younger girls are having babies with the older guys, because these men are literally stalking them and grooming them. 12 and 13, that is a child. That is a child. There is no way that a 30, 40-year-old man should be having a baby with a 12, 13, 14-year-old girl. That is grooming, and that is completely disgusting. And the fact that
We're on the same page.
Are you?
Well, being
Yeah,
that
but do you think that's a meaningful?
Well, this is why. Hold on. Just let me
Go ahead.
finish. Because then by that logic, then when I said that women need to stop having children, meaning stop giving these dudes the time of day, stop letting them manipulate you into believing that they're going to provide you some type of life, and just be single and just not have children and focus on yourself, you disagreed with that.
I do disagree with that. Do you think a
But
meaningful?
that would combat this. That would
I know,
combat this stuff.
Well, Nisi, I understand how you think it would combat it, but I don't think it does.
It would.
Well, let's not argue about it because I can explain why.
Wait, hold on.
okay?
Basically, please,
Yes, sir.
for 1 second, just please save your point. I'm gonna let you respond. But culture been sitting up there for like
Yes, sir.
a minute, trying to be fair a little bit. Go ahead, brother.
Peace. Shout out to the panel. Hey, bro, just for clarity, right before I speak, what is the main when you say for the prompt Black community solutions? What do you mean by community? So I can speak to it properly.
I mean like resources, police in your own neighborhoods, like the Black people in general, our community. You don't believe we have a community?
No, I do.
Oh, okay. I thought you were one of those. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm not one. I'm actually the opposite. I'm a violence intervention specialist, and I scale verticals, but it's not about me. I just wanted to I wanted to ask that question, right? Because when it comes to these points you made, I think it was great points about how do we help the youth, how we stop the violence. And one thing I know for sure, right, about when you're talking about something that powerful, aggressive growth comes at the cost of being arrogant. So when it comes to these type of subject matters, I think the first thing, and this is from my experience, so being on panels, the first thing it has to be is a level of respect, get me for each other. So if I'm on a panel with anybody and I don't see you, and since we speak it, I don't see controversial because we don't walk the same walk, we're not from the same city. I don't think you have nothing positive to offer. Then guess what? No matter if you do got solutions and if you do got some network, I'm gonna look for every reason to argue with you, right? So I think the first thing gotta be the people on the panel, do you even care about the community? Because if I see you as your enemy, if I don't see you as a person that I care about, it don't matter if I got the medicine or not, right? So I think one of the main things when it comes to community is caring in general, right? You can't fix something you don't care about, right? You can't understand something you don't love. So for one of the things that I know do work for sure when it comes to dealing with youth, right, is time, right? And I think somebody spoke to it earlier about the school system and helping the youth. I think one of the main things we got to do is get more comfortable, having a safe space, an open space for the youth to be able to have a direct line of communication with a mentor that you trust. You get me? Everybody got different communication palettes. Everybody got different things that tick them off. So everybody is not going to be for everybody. Some people may not like the way I speak. It may come off aggressive, and that's fine, right? So it's about finding your coaching type, right? It's about finding the person that's going to gel right with your child or with your loved one and connecting those dots. Because the truth of the matter is, me being a father, I can't make my daughter be feminine, if that makes sense. You get me? So she's going to need positive examples to learn how to be feminine, how to be in her best space and communicate from a space of the woman's side, no matter how much respect I got for women. So I think it's one, finding the mutual respect and finding people that you do trust and that you can communicate with, even if it's in disagreements, and really vet those people and start there and finding out how can my child or my friend's family member's child get out what they need to get out, because most of these children don't like speaking to their own parents. They don't like talking to their own parents. They don't want to be around them. And the people that lead them is the so-called, thugs, the so-called 304s. And when your child too far gone, it's too late. So how do we get in between that? We find people that they feel like they can communicate with. And sometimes it's not always a therapist. Sometimes it is. And being able to have that conversation start with mutual respect. So with that initially.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest proponents that I advocate for is empathy, sympathy, and grace. Black folks don't give a lot of people grace. We tend to shame each other. The black woman wants to put the black man down. The black man wants to put the black woman down. Now, again, sometimes there's valid points. I can understand how you could be offended on both sides, but at some point, until y'all learn how to talk to, not y'all, until we learn how to talk to one another, empathize and sympathize with one another, actually have tough conversations in love without just saying, hey, you're trash, or hey, y'all men, or hey, y'all women, we ain't gonna get nowhere. But sometimes the conversations have to go that route, I guess, to grow. I came up with solutions that was outside family dynamics, but I understand family is the focal point. I get that, because the family, the household first, and then the village, and then the building. However, shit, we can attack a lot of these things at the same time, in my opinion, without just this division, this stupid ass division, which I really don't even believe happens in real life. Because I know for a fact when black men stepping outside, you ain't seeing fucking Sexy Red twerking on a damn highway about to knock her head off driving under an underpass. You're not seeing that. And black women ain't seeing no black man every day. You know what I'm saying? Cat calling, trying to smack him on that butt. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, if you live in Atlanta, I don't know what to tell you. That's a different ball field. But again, one of the things I believe, black folks need to police their own neighborhoods. I think that's a very important starting point, because ain't nobody else gonna do it. Black people need to drive out respectfully. I'm not trying to say it in a disrespectful term. Drive out people who are coming in to our local neighborhoods, taking the jobs. Now, I'm not saying it disrespectfully, but you know what I mean. For those who understand. What? That was a dumb comment. I don't even know what that comment was there for. But yeah. So again, a lot of the solutions I come up with is strategizing the black man to be a black army. so they can go forth and I gotta speak a little cold. I gotta speak a
Can I
little
ask you a
cold language
question?
here.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
It was something powerful you said, right? You said you gotta learn how to you say you promote empathy, sympathy, and grace. That was powerful, bro. What inspired you to come up with that perspective, and how do you like you utilize that on your day to day?
My household, my mother, well, my stepdad and my biological mother and my dad and my stepmom. Because I understand that I was born a little different. Getting to be in two different households with both two successful marriages, getting to see what that looked like with both men never cheat and do their woman right. And my stepdad still has a special place in my heart. We still talk to this day, who stayed faithful to my mom with type 1 diabetes. She lost her life when I was 16 due to that. And it got to a point where she couldn't even have intercourse. But because he stayed true to his vows, he stayed committed. He never did a wrong. And I actually got to see a man stay committed to a woman through sickness and health. So I understand that I'm going to have a different outlook because of my environment. And that's something I have to learn with black men and women. Because of their environment, they're not going to be able to see the world in the way I see it. And because I take heavily biblical views, which a lot of people are moving away from, and I ain't gonna judge you, I ain't gonna condemn you, but because I hold true to that again is going to make me a little bit different from the overall experiences that that a lot of black people are having. So that's what inspired me. And then there's a situation with a woman. Maybe I'm about to be vulnerable. On my backup page, she needed a person to listen to. She was getting abused in her home. Hope I can say the word. I was able to connect her. We empathized, sympathized, and even cried on the panel a little bit. I connected up with a person named Mo Better. I'm pretty sure Black basically knows what it is. Shauna and Nisi. We all was listening to her story. Mo Better was able to get her out of that situation. I was able to raise up a little bit of money through the TikTok all in one night. Women was listening to her story, sending her money. I said, hey, cash up everything. And we was able, she actually came up and thanked me 5 days ago, said she'd been waiting for me to go live on my backup page. That type of impact, and I'm just a young black man. I don't want nothing from nobody. I haven't even said like the screen. Tap the screens, gifts. I haven't said nothing like that the whole time, but everybody keep putting me in this pandering box. But anyway, since that woman, since I was able to do that type of impact with that woman, to where she actually thanked me and said she's been in a better situation. She thanks Mo Better. She thanks me. All because I sat down and listened and had grace and empathy to that woman. That forever's going to have a special place in my heart. And I know the power of grace, empathy, and sympathy holds weight because it was able to get a woman out of an abusive situation from her husband. And that will always be a part of me to this day. So that is why I hold true to what I say. I don't just say shit to say it. I believe it and I'm living it. I didn't have to do nothing. I don't try to do nothing. I don't go live for attention. I don't say tap the screen. I don't say money. I don't pander. I'm trying to talk to my people, but I understand I was misunderstood with some shit that I said in the past that I was mad. It is what it is, but I've been trying to move forward in a way that is graceful, loving, and understanding. If I can't do that, then I'm not worthy to hold a conversation.
It's powerful, bro. Appreciate you for sharing that, Brody.
No problem. Jonah, I know Jonah, I see you up there. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, King? How you doing? We're a royal family, beautiful people.
How you doing? What's going on?
Step-by-step process that can actually help absolutely every one of us.
Okay.
Now, I understand. I've said this in a couple of places, and the average response is, well, that's not going to work, because try to refrain from that until I'm finished. It's not long. Okay, so for our people, I like to use the word demographic instead of community because that helps a longer, wider range. So among our demographic, we have people who volunteer to overtake this project. It's a step-by-step process of several, I want to say, polls that we take in our own surveys and research to come to these real active solutions that we can implement in our lives together and move us forward a little bit at a time. Now, it doesn't have to be a lot of people. It can even start with 10. It don't have to be 100, 1,000 people. The more, the better. But it's quality over quantity. So here we go. Step one. Every person, write down who's active members who want to volunteer for it, and we take a list of names, right? Say if it turns out to be 10, 15, 20 people, right? 20 people. They volunteer, say, yeah, we're going to commit to this process. All right, so each one of those people go into their community and do their own research to figure out what are the at least top 5 problems or challenges that we face as a people in our individual communities across the board. And we bring those 5 things to a list and send them to people who like admin and like to take notes. So they'll consolidate that list. That's our consolidated problems list. And they blast that problems list to each 20 individual. Now each 20 individuals will go in and say, okay, cool. Let's come up with 3 possible solutions for each problem that we have or challenge that we have. Then they send it to the admin. Admin consolidates that list. That's a possible solutions list. Then that solutions list gets sent to each individual of this who agrees to undergo this project. Then they go and look at, okay, well, what are some possible reasons or roadblocks that are preventing us from being able to implement these solutions in our communities, in our own lives, right? And they go to the admin consolidates the possible roadblock to solutions list. Now that gets consolidated and pushed out back to the people. Now we take those roadblocks and say, okay, what as a community, what can we give? What can I personally afford to commit to giving to this community to help? It can be words of affirmation. It could be a list sending out emails of positive, whatever messages. It could be, I can commit to $10 a month. It could be, I have a skill set that I'm available to serve in the people or give discounts. So like I'm a photographer, I'm a composer, I'm a music producer. I also do public speaking. I can come to your schools and talk and this, that, and the other, whatever it may be. It doesn't matter what it is, but you come up with those possible solutions or what you can actually do. And then you put that into the list. And those people say, okay, cool. These are the challenges that we have found that are common, because community is common unity, common among all our people. These are the possible solutions we have found. These are roadblocks among our people that we have found. And these are things that people among our people have, volunteered in services that are possible services that can help us as a people move forward. That's a good start. I hope that made sense. I'll land right there. Just kind of leave it. What you think about that, bro?
No, I think that's a great idea.
Can I say something, Jonah? That is a great plan, and the type of person you would want to facilitate that, they're called Scrum Masters. What they do is they take your plan and they deviate or they divide different roles and responsibilities, and they kind of maneuver the plan for you. So if you ever want to look up a position to handle that for you, they're called Scrum Masters.
I have no idea who was next, so we're gonna just we're gonna go like this. Basically, Nisi, Shauna, and then I'll decide next. Basically, you go ahead.
Yeah, there was something that was said that I was supposed to respond to. Do you remember what that was?
Nisi, what did you say in order for basically to respond?
I had mentioned how he mentioned that there are a small demographic of men.
Oh, I got it. It was the stop having kids part, and basically you were saying how that's not feasible, or that's not, you don't agree with that, or
No, yeah, she she went on and said that there are men that try to deal with young girls.
Yes. Oh
And
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
that too.
yeah, okay. So I agree those men exist. I agree that those men exist. Do you think that is a majority of men or a minority of men?
I think it's way too many. I wouldn't
Yeah,
call it
sure.
a majority.
One
I would
is
say it's way too many.
Yeah, one is too many. But do you think it's a majority? Do you think it's greater than 50% of men are pedophiles or pedos?
Well, I think that the fact that a majority of men, especially on social media, are constantly preaching to women that they want younger women, that they hit a wall at a certain age, that they are hinting on that they are interested in young girls. So yeah, I would say.
Yeah. So you think that men being attracted to women that are in their 20s, you don't draw any distinction between men saying that and them wanting girls in their teens.
Quick
You
quick
compare
I
question.
do.
those two
Actually,
Wait,
I do.
wait. Quick
No,
question
I
before
do.
quick
Because
question
girls
before
in
y'all
their
move on.
20s,
Are we going into the frontal lobe aspect of this conversation, or y'all talking about y'all just
I-
I'm
conversating?
just the point I'm making. I'll just go ahead and make the point.
Okay.
Oftentimes when I have these conversations, I find that a lot of times the ladies will have a difficult time assigning majority, minority, possibility, probability to conversations about large groups of people.
Mhm.
And they'll make points that are not valid, not because the thing they're talking about doesn't happen, but because it's a small percentage of people. And so I agree these men exist, and I agree they victimize girls, and I agree that they victimize more than one girl. One girl, right? And I think those guys are a problem. And personally, anybody who goes after a child, put one in the back of their dome and roll them in the ditch, as far as I'm concerned.
Death penalty.
Right? Yeah. So, however, to try to present that idea as if it is a meaningful percentage of men and that this is a majority of men or even a small minority of men who behave this way is wild. And like I'll give you an example, right? Check this out. So we had this bear conversation that had infected online for a period of time. And you had women saying, well, we don't feel safe with men. And that's what they were really saying with the bear conversation, even though they didn't realize how deeply offensive it is to men to tell them that I think that the average man is worse than a wild animal. And women wanted you to step around that insult so you could say to them, hey, well, why don't you feel safe? And what guys responded with instead was, hey, do you know that less than 3% of men will commit a violent crime ever in their life? Did you know that only 1% of men are responsible for nearly 70% of violent crime? If you don't assign minority and majority when you talk about large groups of people, then it invalidates your points and your positions because you're not talking about a meaningful percentage of men. This is a problem with pedos. This isn't a problem with men. There are women who victimize boys in school. There's so many young black men that get lose their virginity to a woman who is much older than them. A lot of times adults. Now, is it fair? Is it an honest thing for me to characterize women as a group because that happens? No, it's not. It's not a meaningful lens to view women through, right? And it's not a meaningful lens to view men through. They're all pedos. And so that's why I was saying that the point you were making is not connected to why women should stop having relationships and become part of 4B. Now, you might connect those things, but to me, I think I very clearly explained why I would not. Because I care about minority and majority when I talk about large groups, right? And when I'm talking about something that's anecdotal, I do not use that as a lens to view the entire group, right? Another example would be this, and I'm going to land on this. So 90% of SMEX workers are women, 90% of them. But SMEX workers only make up 0.7% of women. Is it appropriate for me to view all women as SMEX workers because 90% of them are women when if you get 100 women together, only one of them is a sex worker? No, it would be completely ridiculous for me to view women that way. It is equally ridiculous to think all men are pedos or all men are violent crime offenders when less than 3% of men will commit a violent crime ever in their life. It is a ridiculous way to view the world. And so that's why I didn't agree with your position. Logically, it does not make sense.
Okay, well, I want to respond to that, if I may, Shannon.
Mhm.
If I may. The reason why you feeling like my ideology is ridiculous, like Muhammad Ali said it best. If there's 1,000 snakes outside of my door and only 100 of them are poisonous, should I open up the door to trust that the 1,000 are going to come in and save me from the 100 that are poisonous? No, I'm going to shut the door on all of them, right? So that's what my ideology is coming from. Also, like, and you say, oh, it's 1% of men, which that is completely misconstrued number. That is not accurate. But let's just go with your logic and say only 1% of these men are these horrible men that will do horrible things. You said, well, 1%. You said 1%.
1% of the
You
SMEX,
said
1% of the
1%.
SMEX workers, Anisi. 1% of the SMEX workers.
Yeah, and I said 1% of men do 70% of violent crime, but 3%
Yes, you
of
said
men
1% of.
I'm not going to argue
said
with you. I just
1%
clarified it.
of men committed violent crime. So if that's the
weren't
case,
listening.
if I go into a crowd of men and I know that only 1% of them are violent, should I stay in that crowd and only hope that the other percent of men aren't going to do me harm? But then the moment that I get attacked by that 1% of violent men, I'm going to be blamed because I should have known better. I shouldn't have put myself in that situation. I shouldn't have done this and this and that to be in the presence of this violent men. This is what a man like you would say to me.
No,
So I don't.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you would.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah, you
speaking
yeah, you
at your
would.
turn.
Yeah, you would, because you just said it. You just said it when you said that there are a small percent of men that are impregnating all of these women. You just said it then. And when I said that women should just stop having kids, you were against that. But you also agreed that, oh, these women are having all of these babies by this small percent of men. So if I say stop having babies by these small percent of men, you still had a problem with that. So it's a catch-22 with you.
It's only
At
if you
some
don't.
point, it's always
only
going to
if
be
marriage
the
is not
woman's
an
fault.
option.
At some point.
No, only if marriage is not.
Who cares? You know what? I don't even care about marriage at this point.
I can tell.
Women, leave these men alone. Focus on
See,
yourself.
this is her real.
Wait.
Yes, no, this is just because
This is her
nothing
real
y'all
agenda.
say are appealing. There's nothing y'all said. What can you explain to me? What would make me want to be in a marriage with a man?
I
From what
don't-
you said tonight on this
Niecy,
panel.
I don't care about you.
What would make
having
me
to-
want
I
to
don't-
be in a
I
marriage?
don't-
Any woman.
Niecy, I don't think that's
Take me out of it. What would make any woman want to be in a marriage with a man from what y'all said tonight?
All right, so
Why would women want to be
So
in marriages with y'all
we
from
done
what
already
y'all said tonight?
we getting a little bit off base. We getting a little bit off base because this is supposed to be a panel of community. And we didn't already took it off.
I'm talking about community. Stop focusing on having children. Stop focusing on relationships. Let's focus on building for our communities and the children that are already here. All you men seem to care about is having access to women.
No, that's what you think we care about. And one second, folks.
You keep mentioning marriages and having more children.
We heard
That's
you say
not
that.
access to women.
Hold on, wait a
Yeah, Niecy, we heard you say
minute.
that. I'm gonna respond to you.
Hold on, basically. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute.
But you can't tell me that I'm wrong.
Nisi,
though. Like,
please
I was
chill.
there and listened to
Chill.
you say this.
Nisi, chill. Everybody, chill. We're gonna take a 10-second timeout. Everybody shut the hell up. Respectfully, of course, respectfully. I don't want to tell no grown man or woman to be. Basically respond.
So I understand where you're coming from, Niecy. You're not the first woman that I've spoke to who has a deep-seated hatred fear, and contempt for men
Oh shit.
who is comfortable to characterize men as a group as beaters and cheaters and unalivers and grapists. I've met a lot of women in our community who think that their own personal experiences or their anger is a lens to view all black men through, despite the statistics that show that what you're saying is absolutely egregious. And in the same manner, if I applied your logic for the men, then it is appropriate for men to think every single woman is a scripper and a sex worker. Now that logic doesn't work.
That's
because-
not what I said.
No,
I didn't even get
I'm
to
not
finish
repeating
my
what you
point.
said.
I muted because
No,
what Shannon
no,
said. Shannon wanted to talk.
No,
He's
hey,
the
wait,
host.
wait, wait,
I
wait,
didn't
wait,
even
wait,
finish
wait.
what I
Lisa,
said.
can-
You want me to finish or
All I
can-
said-
Wait a minute,
No,
Nathan. Can you let
please
him?
finish what I said? I'll drop. I'll leave. I don't have to be here anymore.
That's fine.
But Nisa,
All
what do you
can
drop?
is
What are you
overtalk.
dropping for?
I'm talking to Shannon because I care about
Okay,
Shannon.
I'll
Shannon
mute
is
it.
my friend. Shannon. I will drop. Like, seriously, all I was saying was to combat all of these issues that everybody is complaining about, men and women. Stop having children, focus on internal work for yourself, and do better for yourself. Focus on the children that are already there, build a foundation for the community that's already here, and all y'all keep seeming to going back to is building freaking relationships with men and women. That's all y'all keep going back to. And all I'm saying is that, hey, you know what? Let's say I am a person that makes bad decisions as far as picking a partner. And I don't have a bunch of kids, I don't. But let's say I was a baby mama that had multiple kids. Wouldn't you advise me to stop having children? Wouldn't you advise me to stop getting involved with men? Wouldn't you advise me to want to do better for myself? Wouldn't you advise me to stop continuing on this cycle? That's all I'm saying. I wasn't saying that men were inherently bad. I wasn't saying that women are inherently bad. I was just saying, let's all take a breather, focus on ourselves, and then we can come together as a community when we heal amongst ourselves individually. That's all I was saying. Y'all are taking it somewhere completely different that I was not saying.
All right, Nisi, I'm going to respond now that you've reiterated yourself. And we did hear those points before you made them, and I understood them when you said them the first time. Okay? I don't know how you measure the collective healing of a community that isn't dealing with each other, but maybe that's something you can work out when you figure out how to get everybody to abstain, right? So this plan that you've got, that sounds good in your head, but I don't think really makes a lot of sense when you deal with human beings in the world. You can go ahead and do. I think we should just develop some different standards like the other communities have that they're very easily accomplishing at a higher rate, which is just getting married before we have children. Now, I don't think that's so that men can gain access to women. I think that's because people are going to have babies because they're going to have sex, and the best institution for the rearing of children is a family. Now, if your solution is that Black people should just erase themselves by taking care of their own children and stop reproducing, good luck convincing people to do that. Now, the reason that I felt like you had a problem with Black men in general is because you felt comfortable to characterize them as, well, if there's one that's a snake, then it's appropriate for me to make sure, am I going to wait on the other 99 snakes that in all this nonsense? And if you applied that same logic to men, then you're saying it would be appropriate for all of us to view women as scrippers because some of you are scrippers and sex workers. So that means that we should just pretend like all of you are until you prove that you're not. That isn't a logical way to approach the world. Let's take it this way. A lot of women will understand it this way when I say it. So if you are a white person and you get robbed by a Black person, and now because you've been robbed by a Black person, you think all Black people are going to steal from you. People were very
Not anti-black. Like, come on.
Miss Nicole,
He's not anti-black.
I didn't say she was anti-Black. That's not the point I'm
The
making.
example that you're using, that would be anti-black.
I don't care. I don't want to argue with you. It's not an anti-Black analogy. It's just an analogy. So if you don't understand the analogy, then ask about it. But don't mischaracterize it as something else, okay? And while I'm speaking, let me finish. Sean,
Oh, wait, because y'all interrupting each other again.
No, we're not interrupting one another.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Basically, can you
alright.
finish your point? Because I know she wants to talk, and then we got other people on the panel.
Oh yeah, she can definitely talk. She just shouldn't talk over me. We waited patiently while Nisi cut me off 3 different times. Right? So that's why it's taken so long for me to get to the point. Right? Okay, so in any event, if you had a white man who was robbed by a black man and then he decided that all black people were robbers, then you would see he is a racist and maybe he needs to get therapy or he needs to get some work to deal with the trauma of that. But we would know his individual experience isn't a proper lens for him to view the entire community. And in the same way, it is not appropriate for women who have obviously been through trauma to, instead of getting help, pretend like the entire community of men is the problem. And when we hear these ideas that try to place this concept that, oh, well, men are going into schoolyards, and this is a problem where a majority of men or a significant percentage of men are going into schoolyards, let's go after those guys together. But to pretend as if this is an issue with men in general that we're pedos, and then when I asked you, hey, do you think the majority of men function this way? She said, well, when I hear you guys talk online, you say you like girls who are younger and women hit the wall, as if there's no distinction between a man who desires a woman in her 20s versus men who desire teenage and prepubescent girls. And it's these types of harmful conflations about men that show that you just have a deep-seated hatred for men. You haven't realized something, Nisi, that has brought you to some level of understanding about how to function in a community. You have trauma that is unresolved that makes you think it's okay to lay the blames you have at the feet of men in general and characterize them as rapists and pedos and all of this.
Shannon, did I call anybody a rapist? Like, there are men in the comments calling me a rapist. I have to speak up here now because I never called anybody.
Oh, wait. Cause y'all two can't go keep going back and forth.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do this anymore.
I never called anybody a rapist.
I know you didn't, but you definitely.
I never called anybody a rapist.
I just said I know that you
for you
did.
to say that I did not. But there are people,
well,
and you just said it. I never said that. Never called anybody a rapist. All I said was women should focus on themselves, stop having children. Men should focus on themselves, stop having children. That's all I said. I didn't say anything about rape.
All right.
I didn't say anything about any of that. I'm going to leave though. I'm gonna leave now, Shannon. I love you, bro.
You
are amazing. I appreciate you having these lives. I never said anything about rape.
Yeah.
Never.
Well, I'm gonna.
The whole time I was up here.
Yep, I got it. I felt that you did characterize men in general as
That's how y'all see it because y'all are always looking to be victimized in some way.
Right.
So all I said was everybody
wait a minute. So wait a minute.
Y'all want to be victimized, and this is why we can't come together as a community.
Okay, so wait a second. Hold on.
I would never want to unite with people like y'all.
So wait a second.
We should unite with women who say don't have any kids.
I'm not asking you to unite. I'm not asking you to
Let's not have any families. Yeah, got it. Makes perfect sense. Thank you for that.
Alrighty, 1 second. Y'all are done. Shauna, what did you want to say? I know people trying to finish their point, but we, keep getting conflated. Nah, I ain't got time for it. Shauna.
Okay, I'm gonna stick on topic.
I mean that conversation of community is part of the topic, but it just goes somewhere sometimes and it shouldn't.
No, it always goes left. That's why I don't even talk about those things. You know, I'll be in the comments when they be doing the boy versus girls and all that. But okay, so back to the Black community. I really feel like it's important for us to know the laws. My ideology behind stats is, they're useful at times, but a lot of times they aren't. I started, I want to say about my son's 15. So I'll say when he was like 3. I started going to like city council meetings. I started getting involved in different organizations and volunteering. I started actually working hands-on in the Black community, period. I am from a very, very small town, so I started once I came here, I was like, oh wow, like I'd never been exposed to poverty, and so I always wanted to like help people, help people, help people. And so what I found was that in order for me to be able to help people that I wanted to and not put myself at risk, that I would start volunteering. And in that process, I learned a lot. And that's why I think that it's very important for like people are like, oh, well, we got to change this law. And it's like, no, the laws are already in place. Like, we have to make them enforce the law. We have to report them when they follow the law. Like, there's so many different, like, not even just programs, but there's so many different things out there that could really, like, prevent a lot of the situations that are happening in our community. But they know, like, where to place it so we don't see it. For instance, it was about 3 years ago, I was working with one of the city council members in my city, and he actually found that there was like, let's say it was like 5 billion. It was like, it was over $5 million that was available to people that actually lived in the city. Like, you didn't have to be part of an organization, you didn't have to be part of a non-for-profit, you didn't have to be a business. But you could, like, say for instance, you wanted to put a garden in a certain area, or you wanted to buy something, buy the land, you wanted to improve your home, the local park to be better, or they needed upgrades at like different things. You as a member of the community could literally go and apply for the grant to get it. And so it's like those are things that we need to, like, okay, like we want to be able to host this certain type of event for the kids every year. Well, they had access to money to do that. We want to make sure that we can get books for kids. We want to start this program for our kids. We want to teach the kids how to garden. We want to upgrade grandma's house. We want, like there's so many different things that are out there. We just have to take the time to find them. I feel like the men and women argument, it wouldn't even exist if we were working towards the common goal of truly making a change. Those are going to be more long-lasting changes if we focus on future, and like we'll eventually fall in love with each other again once we get done like fighting each other. We have to stop focusing on each other and focus on who our real enemy is. That's all I'm saying. Like, we just have to like mentally focus on the community that we have, uplifting it, advocating for one another, and taking the time to do it. Like, I feel like I've been moderating for you for like over a year.
Mhm.
I don't be up here on the boys and girls thing. I just don't, because But I'm saying like this, I love it. Keep doing the community thing. Think that culture has a really good idea. I'm one of those people, I work with government, so I don't really trust government. But I do know that they have policies, and those are things that we need to educate ourselves on. I feel like education is huge. Please, people, get on your local government websites, your state websites, and see and read what your laws are. See and read what the bills are that are coming up on. If you don't agree with it, start making petitions to get other bills put on the ballot. Like, these are real things that I have helped in my state get done. It's possible. We just have to come together and figure out what we want done. We know what we don't want, but what do we want? Like, that's where I'm at with it. What do we really, really?
We're gonna try this again tomorrow. I hope that I'm gonna put the same prompt up. I mean, Black Community Solutions. Hopefully we can hopefully it doesn't turn into the black man, black woman thing again, but we're gonna have to rock with it because again, that's still part of the solution. We're gonna have to talk about the grievances some way, but until we come together and actually have a civil conversation without throwing that hobblets, we're not gonna get anywhere. So hopefully we can try this again tomorrow. Now, how you gonna sit here and say black people don't want solutions, man, when I'm sitting here talking about it? The Jesus, please. Anyway, I done lost my damn track. Oh, this is the part for you people that don't believe in God and don't want to partake in the prayer. You can leave. But I always pray over my panels after they end. So for the non-believers, for the non-Christian, you can go. Those who have ears, let them hear. Other than that, dear Heavenly Father, we want to come to say thank you. Thank you for this very enlightening and intelligent, somewhat conversation that we have. God, I pray that the people in general, but as far as the black community, that we can come together more and have very candid conversations, respectful conversations where we can learn from one another and grow one another. God, there's a lot of grace that's missing in the world, but as far as the black community, there's a lot of grace, empathy, and sympathy that's not being shown. And I pray that you restorate us, God. That there's a restoration in us, but we can come together and actually have beautiful and peaceful conversations, because a lot of change starts with talking first. We have to be able to communicate with one another. Well, God, there's a lot of crime going on in this world. We need you. I don't know who's going to win this presidency, but you do. I just pray whoever wins it, God, that I'll have to pray this, because you're always in control. You're always in control. You're always on the throne. You always know what's going on. Nothing surprises you. But I pray over our presidents, God, whether it be Trump or whether it be Biden, that you keep them safe, that they make decisions that's in the best, whoever wins, that's in the best of the United States and its people in its own backyard. God, I pray that everyone who's on this panel, may they close their eyes, but also open them in the morning. God, may nobody die tonight. May the children be safe. Please touch Valley, the Gaza and Palestine. Please touch the area of Gaza and Palestine. I know they still going through it, Lord. Genocide going over there. I pray that you start, that there's a ceasefire, that a lot of people that's missing be found safe. Because God, they need you. It's a lot more places that's really going through some besides the United States, Lord. There's a lot more places out there that need you, God. And I just pray that we have peace. Because God, we need it. We need healing, we need therapy, and God, we need peace. And I pray that more people come to you, understanding that you are the center, understanding that you are love. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I thank y'all for
Amen indeed.
Thank y'all for this conversation. It was beautiful for the most part. And may we do this tomorrow or any other day. Yeah. So y'all have a good night. Y'all stay safe. Y'all be blessed.
Blessings to your journey, family.
Night, man.
Love you, brother. I appreciate what you're doing, man.
Oh, no
Keep
problem.
it up. I'll try to be here next time.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you back. What the heck? My bad, y'all. I forgot to press end on the stream. I'm looking at something. My bad. Y'all have a good night, man.